Start stream. Now let's see. Did it work?
Yep, it's starting.
It's starting. We're alive. Holy shit. Finally! After 49 minutes of messing around with technical difficulties, we're finally alive, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Coiny, give me the link. Okay, so we are running late right now. Sorry about the double speak here, because I'm talking mumble also. We are running a bit late because we're having some technical difficulties and we're trying to sort out inviting everybody who's a presenter into the Jitsi and getting everything sorted out. So we might be just 5 minutes late, probably. I hope not. And soon we can get finally started. So give us just a few more minutes. Keep your panties on. we're gonna get started here in about 5 minutes. So give us a bit of a time to get organized and get everything sorted out. Just 5 more minutes, guys. So here we go. Welcome to the first annual Pleb Security Congress. It took a while to set everything up. I'm really sorry about all the fuzz and thing, or whatever happened here. We had a bit of a difficulty setting things up, but we basically going right now as it appears. Yeah, basically. Let me just quickly close my window and we're gonna get started. So welcome to the first annual Pleb Security Congress. So what is PLEBSEC? PLEBSEC is basically a conference for sovereign individuals. So this conference is for Bitcoiners who want to organize within the Bitcoin space and want to strengthen their abilities and their efforts in order to organize in the space. So basically, Bitcoiners in the social space are always networking and talking to people, and they create networks between individuals. And it become really apparent that probably in the future that government gonna start attacking these connections between individuals, and they might start disrupting them. So in order to counter this problem, the idea came that maybe there should be a congress for these people who are operating in the Bitcoin space that want a non-technical or not so technical type of congress where they are able to start organizing better, learn more. So we created this with the aim to raise awareness, educate, and create debate and prompt the creation of solutions for the present problems that we currently face. Here we basically see topics not just limited to society, art, and culture, physical security, lifestyle, business organization, and non-KYC Bitcoin solutions. This is also a pleb conference for the Bitcoin plebs. So Techo carnivores and friends are all welcome. Basically, the Techo plebs basically started in 2019, and ever since they've been kept growing. And it's right now the TCBP is at around, I think, 230 members or something, 209 maybe last time I saw it. And it keeps growing, and we're getting a lot more people in the group these days. And basically, this is a really good group because there's basically no entry cost here. You can come in, you can talk all of us, and we're very it's very easy to engage us. And this kind of started becoming like an important factor for organization in the Bitcoin space, because us plebs are slowly becoming much more important actors in the space. So there's more pressure on us in order to behave and do things and be like like representatives of some of these things that are going on for outsiders who see us. So basically, this is the whole point. And today we want to take this a step further and start, better organizing in order to achieve the full liberating potentials of Bitcoin. So why do we need this? Basically, we really need to bring people together and start talking more about important topics that usually happens in loosely organized groups. And this is a problem that we need people to come together and see how these things kind of work. So we created this conference here, and we really hope that it's going to be able to bring people together and keep people doing networking and keep meeting with each other and keep strengthening the bond between Bitcoiners. One of the main agenda that started coming up recently is actually related to the is that KYC exchange BTC is at an all-time high these days. So majority of Bitcoiners basically started obtaining their coins through KYC and custodial solutions, and this is a bit of a problem because all their coins are basically doxed. So like there's no way through this permanent record, and everybody's stuck now with a way that the government is able to prove that they are owners of Bitcoin. And only through through organization we can protect fellow Bitcoiners from the dangers of authoritarian confiscation. So this is the most important part of organizing as a social structure. So how is this different? So basically, compared to the Lightning Conference, we're pretty much like the same, just with less technical style. You're not going to see more code here. You're going to see probably less. Probably the Lightning Conference have more developers. You're not going to see developers. You're probably going to see just people here. Basically, this whole conference is about for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners. It's not necessarily technical in style, this whole conference here. Compared to the Hackers Congress, you will also see there things like lots of people you can meet, arts and gadgets, and probably if we manage to get to start doing this congress in real life, we will also start bringing in more artists and gadgets, and we're going to be able to showcase technology also. But the difference between Hackers Congress and our Congress is that they have much more shitcoins and no refunds, lol joke. So yeah, basically that's it. For day one, we have finalized how things gonna be going. Today I'm gonna be talking about the Bitcoin social attack surface, which will be talking more about organizational attacks affecting Bitcoin. Then at 8 p.m. Jackie is gonna come talk about plebs principles and game theory in the world to come. At 9 p.m. Due to some unforeseen problems with Kotoshi and okay, I don't really want to go into this, too personal for them. That we're gonna be doing a live rehab episode with lots of people in here who's participating right now. We've been expanding the list, so it's a lot more people than it's actually displayed. And then at 10 p.m. Francis Pouliot gonna come. You're gonna present The Remnant in the Sludge, and a short film by MVDex gonna be coming also. And at 11 p.m. Rebuild by Alexandra. And midnight, Shinobi gonna come and start talking about regulatory capture. And by 1 a.m. we hope to close the event. On day 2, we're gonna have a workshop going on bitcoinenemies.com, which is a Mumble channel. Basically, it's gonna be a workshop where we'll be talking about certain topics that affect us as a whole, like for example, like state of the Taco Plebs, great way of avoiding accidents, as we can see this, because everybody is kind of KYC'd, so I guess it's kind of relevant topic. Ways to obtain KYC-free Bitcoin. Are we Nazis or not? Get rid of toxic waste, and day 2 closing remarks. So these details will be published later on my Twitter, so you'll be able to access them tomorrow. And the room gonna be open all day long, so you can come around and do whatever else and talk to any of us. So yeah, that will be all, and I'm gonna start my presentation. Hold on a second, we're having some technical difficulties again with Optimist. Optimist, are you there? How do you mean you okay, alright. So, my topic for today is the Bitcoin social attack surface, aka attacking the weakest link, you. In before everybody started going guns blazing, let's just take a step back, deep breath, everything is okay, don't need to panic, don't need to go, we're under attack, honey, oh shit, where's my cold card? So yeah, just step back and let's try and examine the situation that's going on right now so that we can see what is really happening in the background. So step one we're gonna start discussing is the regulatory capture. I'm not gonna go fully into this because Shinobi gonna come at midnight and he's doing Block Digest right now and he was really busy doing this whole presentation, putting this whole presentation together, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be much more technical in details and it's gonna be much more interesting than mine. So yeah. So basically, you probably noticed that a couple of days ago or weeks ago that US banks now can custody cryptocurrencies. The Office of Control of cryptocurrencies, whatever, basically said that US national banks can now custody Bitcoin, which basically says that they're gonna be holding them soon. In 1 or 2 years, or even earlier, the solution might start coming out. But it probably already did, because JPMorgan is already offering services for exchanges like Coinbase or Gemini. But other things been also happening. For example, like Coinbase is selling blockchain analytics software for the U.S. Secret Service, like for the Secret Service. Like, what the hell? And then the IRS sending random letters for Americans out that they're trying to harass them for their cryptocurrency transactions. I'm like, what? And then BitMEX adds KYC and gets totally wrecked. Police reportedly seizes South Korea's largest crypto exchange, BitHub. They also had some sort of a scam going on there, so it was weird. And then Wasabi is being investigated by the Europol, and then they're trying to dox all the coin joining going on there. So it's really interesting that going on. So it kind of comes to the whole point that you're not just being watched down anymore. What I would say it's quite an alarming process that's happening right now. It's what it's called is the regulatory capture of Bitcoin. Which basically entails that the government is trying to not just surveil the transactions going on Bitcoin, but now they are basically trying to control the transactions. And they can achieve this by mandating new regulations or capital restrictions that would make people prohibited to do transactions onto certain wallets or something like that, and then or introduce legislation that would mandate people to deposit their Bitcoin holdings if they are KYC'd onto banks or other service providing institutions, that would be able to get a confiscation warrant from government if they would, for example, introduce an Executive Order 1602. So basically, chain analysis was just the whole foreplay in order to spy on us and see our interaction with the Bitcoin network. But it's not really that all bad. Apparently, one of the news article that came out from it actually was a press release by Coin Center that said that our regulator is poised to demand cryptocurrency registers by listing. Probably not, and they're probably right, because it's unlikely that they might be controlling where money is going right now. For example, Bitstamp is already doing this. For example, when you want to withdraw amounts from Bitstamp, for example, you need to give in your address. So there's like not really a big clear line how much kind of problem this could cause, because the exchange already knows who's the owner of that address. So that way, government could already know who is that person. So phew, we are safe. Not so fast. There might be a shitstorm brewing. Because regulated capture can basically result basically create an intranet Bitcoin system, which means that this system, that if there is a banking system going on where people are able to custody Bitcoin, there will be a system that is separate from the base layer. So the government is able to issue IOUs and make basically rules on how and where banks can transact Bitcoins and where they can send it. So it might be that people who send Bitcoins out of the banking system might be not so, how would I say, not so good for the government. So they will be doing all kinds of things to KYC exchanges. So you might be saying at this point, thank God I bought through non-KYC. Oh, wait with that. Because Nick saw from the past might come and say that suspend unrestricted transfer of Bitcoin. So this is the problem, because if the majority of users are KYC'd, that basically means that people who are not KYC'd, their transactions might be deemed illegal or black market operation. So then the government might be able to start focusing on surveillance and the tracking of your coins and more scrutiny towards what you're doing with those non-KYC'd Bitcoins. So this is a really big problem. So this is the moment and I said, like, holy shit, who allowed this to happen? It was basically you. Not just you, but mostly Bitcoiners. So everybody is basically doxxed. Most coins are KYC. The compliance people can co-opt basically the system very easily. Nobody uses decentralized exchanges because BISC totally sucks. Everybody wants convenience, and it is the most important factor, and nobody is willing to pay more than what the actual price of Bitcoin is. Nobody want to go over to a, let's say, like a Bitcoin ATM and say like a 20% higher price in an ATM just to get the privacy, because who the hell would want to go there? They just go on to Cash App or somewhere else to do it. And like people keep posting their stackings, and that's also a problem. So this is it. Probably the users are the ones that makes the system more vulnerable to this by doing the KYC. And this way, they're basically co-opting the whole system for the government. So this way, government could easily use surveillance and financial pressure against anyone participating in the system to bring down the cohesion of the system. So basically, ask yourself: are you KYC'd? You probably are. I am too, basically. Then there is the other thing with institutionals, which is another problem, because, for example, I think it was the GBTC. What the hell was that? I don't remember the name. Maybe you guys can tell me quickly. Oh, Grayscale, yeah. Okay, so basically institutionals are already under the control of government. If the government would introduce in a law mandating that they must hand over the control of Bitcoin to a central bank, it's immediately in the hands of government. These corporations would see fines or any kind of a charge made against them, and they would have to surrender the Bitcoin immediately. And the other problem with this is that as we can see that as fee competition gonna start rising, it might become even harder to do transactions on chain. And this might result in the fact that we have to start moving on to higher levels of higher layers, basically, in order to do transactions. The whole DeFi drama shows that when there's spam on the network, people are gonna get pushed out of those layers, and it's gonna get harder. So there might be just, problems we're gonna face in the future more. And this system, basically the whole system just gonna end up going towards more fractional reserve Bitcoin. So Lightning fixes this or not? Well, this is what the skeptics really writing, is that, when fee competition rises, it's gonna be harder to open channels. So when it's harder to open channels, it's gonna result in more KYC, custodial Visa, and government co-opting the system, because people are gonna be using more custodial solutions when they cannot open channels. But the whole point is that even there, the naysayers keep saying these things, I'm really, really sure that it's not going to be happening, because Lightning networks keeps evolving over time, and I'm pretty sure it's going to become better. We're going to see stuff like probably become just as permissionless as the base layer, where we can just save our master or our seed phrase and then just put it back into the application or wherever else we want to do it. Or even I would say go as far as having hardware wallets actually able to initiate transactions on the Lightning network. That would be really amazing. That would be like a level up for this whole system. And then, somehow handling channels a bit more differently, that will be also another step forward for this system. So yeah, so for now, the whole thing, what I can tell you with this thing is that you should try really start opening channels as soon as possible while you have a node running. At least until the fees are not that high. So how are we gonna really fight against this? How are we gonna defeat the end game boss, the level 100 elite boss, the creature from Jekyll Island? That's gonna be a difficult fight. To be honest, that's a really difficult fight. This is as boring as a literal Hydra, basically, with multiple heads. Like, you cut one off, another appears out of nowhere, or it just keeps running around without a head, like a dying chicken or something. But yeah, so we need to start be really inventive with our ways of how we start acquiring Bitcoin. Like how we treat KYC. Like, we need to start shunning KYC more. Like, less Cash App, more BISC, or more HODL, and then just tell a KYCer to go somewhere more warmer climates. And then you guys seriously need to stop posting your stacks. So, and the next step comes, which is social organizational attacks. And this is where it all becomes really funky, because the whole issue here is that if the government actually needs to do step 2 in order to completely bring under control the system. Because if you're not doing the controlling of the social organization of the Bitcoin ecosystem, then you will be not really reaching many goals that you want. Because, users will be able to figure out something better, how to disrupt the government's operation, how to remove money out of those places, or how to change around the system to make it better. So then basically comes the whole point that the government will probably start turning against us, against the individuals. So this is basically what you've probably seen a while ago from this game announcement for Call of Duty Cold War. This guy called Yuri Brezhnev, who's a KGB defector, was actually talking about this thing that was happening, was being done by the Soviet Union, that they installed basically a KGB spy into the US government who started disrupting society and all governmental organizations during the Cold War. So this is basically what they were doing, what is called as active measures at that time, and it is possible that right now this is what governments are doing against us. There is probably active measures currently undergoing against Bitcoiners. So this is the problem is actually real. A Redditor called, and I butchered this name a couple times already, Ianamirs, okay, I'm going to say it properly, posted this in 2018 about potential attacks on Bitcoin. So it's a really fancy way of displaying how things are. So basically we have the legal attacks there first, which I would totally agree with their efficacy there, like the probability of happening, how damaging it is, and the probability of the damage. And then there comes cyber pure attacks, financial attacks, and hybrid attacks. But yeah, we already see that maybe cyber warfare can happen and things like that. But right now, it's the first phase going on with the legal attacks, with the more regulations coming in and then doing stuff for KYC. But really, that's interesting for us that we need to start looking at is this part. It's kind of like, the whole point that kind of comes down to the destabilization. They try to, figure out how you can destabilize this whole ecosystem of users and how to bring it under control. That the users mean less danger for government that they are trying, co-opt, basically. So let's take a look at this. So it says astroturfing social and political opposition to Bitcoin. I think this is totally a non-issue because, this can be easy. Okay, maybe not a non-issue, but more like it can be easily solved by totally raising up toxicity and starting memeing the enemy to hell. It's like you just need to really start hating the enemy, and it's not gonna be able to come your side. I think we can just delete that. Now we are totally left with two options. First is gaining control over major Bitcoin community, and then splitting up a major Bitcoin community. Wait a second over there. Doesn't this kind of sound familiar? Yes, it already fucking happened with Roger Ver, the village idiot. Basically, what happened was that this actually happened. Bitcoin Crash managed to split Bitcoin up in the past, but it is spectacularly failing. What happened was that we don't know if the village idiot was a government spy or what he's actually doing, but we know that he managed to do something. No, I'm not sure with whose help or what was the end goal, but there was a split that actually managed to happen, and the shitcoin is still around. And But the problem is that the BCH actually failed to do any damage because BCH started going through multiple more splits, like the Fakatoshi vision and everything else. And now Amore is trying to split up Bcash because he needs to, stuff his pockets because he cannot go to the most expensive supermarket to buy his groceries or for the expensive hookers or whatever else. And basically what is really apparent from this is that, further such attempts can only result in such terrible outcomes. More Bitcoin crashes, basically. And therefore, it's potential that the enemy is going to be looking for different approaches towards this problem. And it turns out that this table was actually not complete, so I had to be really inventive, and then I figured out that there is actually more options here. Basically this. And don't get scared, this is not as dangerous as it looks like, maybe not. Okay, so, hold on a second. Okay, everything's working fine. I'm gonna check there. Okay, so the thing that happened was that I figured out there were 3 other options. One was the more advanced form of splitting up a community, splitting over upgrades, politics, functional agenda such as KYC privacy, which had actually the same functionalities and criteria there. Then came the other one is the fraction of the Bitcoin social circles, which is actually one of the most dangerous thing around. And the other last one was targeted assassinations, which I think is actually unlikely to happen. This was added because I had a problem that I encountered at Hackers Congress in 2019. I met with a guy who was actually a Monero user, and he was at a dinner that I actually managed to unfortunately attend. He was talking about assassinating politicians and doing it as a primary means of controlling politics. And then came the philosophication here and thinking about how I could put this into perspective, and I actually managed to do it. And the whole point is that assassinations are unlikely because if it would happen targeting Bitcoiners, what would happen is that it would result in an equal amount of response from the Bitcoiner side. And even if it would be successful, it wouldn't have the really, really high damaging potential because the community would immediately get spooked. There would be massive panic. People would start hiring bodyguards and things like that. The cost of safety would immediately start rising, so people would be spending more on bodyguards and things like that, and it would get harder to execute any more of these attacks. So that's about assassination. This thing about other functional parts of this subsection is still under active research and investigation. So I'm not going to be really disclosing it for now, but I've been researching it ever since last year, September, and I've been having issues with this topic for quite a while now. I've been asking for help, and I've been just running into brick holes. And there's no conclusive evidence that might be going on any problems. It's just non-event, probably. But what we need to really, really pay attention to right now is the fractioning of the Bitcoin social circles, which is really, really high probabilistical with a high damaging potential, and it's just really, really extreme situation. So why is fractioning so bad? Because less trust equals with less cooperation, and less cooperation equals with less collective security. So basically this means that no economic advantage over governments if regulatory capture happens. So this would result in a crisis. So this is the crisis phase, basically. Okay, so let's take a look at an example of an attack of something like this form that within this category. Down below you can see the timeline. Okay, so let's say that we have a hostile group A and the Bitcoiner group B. Bitcoiner group B goes through I'm sorry about this is gonna get really technical right now. Basically group B goes through a natural split because of some disagreements or whatever else. Split 1 results in a new resilient group that is hostile towards group A, but split 2 is actually with positive views towards group A. So what happens here is that turns out the group A is a malicious actor, and it starts basically waging a war with Split 1, but it's having a really difficult time with Split 1 because it's much more centralized, there's less admins there, and it's much more hard to split the community and pull people out of there. The Split 2 is much more easier target for them because they're friendly with them, therefore it's much more easier for them to start extracting members out of the Split group. So therefore, while they are engaging with the PSYOPs, what I would say, type of organizational attack, they manage to successfully split up Split 2 group. This ends up with Fraction A and Fraction B, which are now hostile towards each other. Fraction A could be neutral towards Group A, while Group A maintains its hostile behavior towards Fraction A, Fraction B, and keeps disrupting both communities while still may be neutral towards both in perspective. From the other side, basically. So basically for any agenda, basically. And this ends up with Frac A and Frac B basically splitting up more. So this is like total fracturing, and this could keep going on for a really, really long time until each of these groups basically completely hostile toward each other, and they're not able to interact with each other. So this subversive effort makes potential positive effect against government, basically, this government interference, completely impossible to achieve any positive effect. And functioning individuals won't be interacting and doing business anymore with each other, and basically the government wins this way. So what can we do? Is there any way here? Basically we're too comfortable with our social circles, and we are basically in a bubble, and we're not really networking outside of it. I don't see people going outside. Maybe I did because I'm also on Bitcoin enemies, and it's just like a different social circle here. But this is like a general term that people want to stay comfortable and they want to be enjoying their life in these kind of small groups. And it's really, really good for them. And this is what makes them vulnerable, because they basically close the outside world out basically completely. So what this needs here is basically we need to start discussing and researching this thing, because there is no research. I mean, to kickstart the conversation about this problem, because we're never going to arrive anywhere. So even for the plebs integrity, it's really important that this topic basically keeps expanding and we reach some sort of a conclusion of this. So let's look at some of the options that we have probably that could solve this situation. Possibly one that I actually found that is basically in a nutshell creating citadels within a citadel. Probably plebs gonna understand this. This means that creating fraction formations within groups, like internal groups basically. So it means that we have one group that basically have multiple groups inside it that have completely diverse standings towards one and each other. It's more like a statehood thing that basically has different relationship between individual actors. And this makes it much more, how would I say, resilient to outside attacks, because you have to attack each of these parts in order to take it apart. Well, you know, there might be, how would I say, some sort of a governance in between them, but it's not entirely necessary to be there to be able to function. Possibly too is that probably it's better if we just leave natural selection do its job. Here you can see like a possible split, how it could go down and how fracturing might happen. And this might actually be dangerous if it happens naturally. So, but if there is an outside actor instigating these splits, then it might be dangerous. But this is the whole point, is that this might not be dangerous because it's really similar to how the Bitcoin networks work with the whole peer-to-peer network. Basically, nodes are able to connect to each other and determine who they are connecting to and who they have based on reputation. If one node is basically acting maliciously, it can be just kicked out of the system. Just like how Bitcoin's impenetrable fortress of validation is basically going on. If somebody malicious, it gets kicked out and the whole network basically rearranges itself in order to keep functioning. And this is really important, because this is how nature works and how nature is able to fix itself. So this is kind of like the point where we kind of concluded that there may be something going on, or we don't know where we are yet. So we need to keep examining the situation. But if I would have to really recommend something that is really, really useful and it's been really working for me, is that maybe you should just go to a train station or airport or a bus station and just, you know, just pick a destination from the table and then get on the train, plane or boat or whatever, and then just go to places. Go visit nice places, beaches, sandy beaches, cities, nice cities. meet people who might be important people for you as allies or whatever else to organize keep your networks going on. Probably you're gonna see some really weird shit happening there that's gonna be really, really weird. But like my first experience outside, not really first experience with drugs, but more like seeing people snort cocaine. But anyway, this is the whole point, is that we need to go to places and keep organizing as individuals, because only as individuals be able to create bigger networks, and by strengthening these connections be able to make these groups much more resilient. So just do it. Unless Viktor Orban basically cockblocks you. It's like, that's my main problem right now. So yeah, this is the end. Thank you for listening. If anybody has a question, we're gonna start opening up questions on the comments on YouTube, and you can start asking questions, and maybe somebody can ask it in the Jitsi, and I'm gonna open up the voice on the Jitsi also, so you can hear everybody else. Now you guys can be heard also. Any questions from the room? I'm gonna try and like, maybe one of you guys can just go in, like look at the YouTube channel and then take a look at the thingy. Anybody there?
Yo, okay. Does it work now?
Yes, it does. Yeah, everybody can hear you now. Okay, do we have a live thing on YouTube that we can take a look at?
Oh yeah.
And then any questions going on, because I don't actually see it. For fuck's sake.
Just a little thing on the like there are like two little boxes on the bottom left. If you can close them, because it was like interfering with the slides.
Oops, sorry. Was it interactive with something previously?
Yeah, it was covering something, but not that bad.
Oh, I'm so fucking sorry.
Okay, they're asking when
Maybe.
moon.
Which one? Was it this one?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's
Yeah,
good.
yeah, that was one Scaro.
I'm so sorry about it. I actually on the PPT here, and I'm not able to see the browser. I'm really, really sorry about it.
Yeah, okay, they're asking when moon.
Oh, when moon? Who's asking that?
Bitpaint.
Oh, when moon? I don't know. Maybe later.
Okay,
when Elon Musk is done refueling one of the rockets, maybe then.
We have a serious question from Block Digest.
Okay.
I'm gonna post it in the chat.
Oh shit, where is it?
Well,
Here,
Wait,
just say it. Just say it. What are your thoughts on the potential of social fragmentation happening organically and not with malicious intent?
This is from Bitpaint, or not?
no, it's not from
No,
Bitpaint. It's just
That's Block Digest.
Oh, okay.
Block Digest.
I
it
think
says-
it's highly likely
it's
because
Shinobi.
okay, sorry. It's highly likely that it can happen because the original Taco Plebs group went through the same split. And it was totally natural because individuals disagreed on certain elements of how things were running, and this basically resulted in an actual split and a functional split. Because individuals still in the group are in both groups, some of us are in both of the groups, and we are not openly hostile towards the other. I still talk to Kotoshi, and we still troll each other and talk shit. So it's totally natural. But now government might be coming, it might become possible, but fracturing might happen. Because, for example, the other possibility is that when the next all-time high might happen, more individuals are going to start arriving into the space because of the hype, and they're going to start getting oriented. So when users are getting more oriented, what happens is that they're going to start, introducing new ideas and making more new connections, and then start breaking down older connections because, most people makes new ones, but these going to get rearranged, and nature basically plays its courses. So I wouldn't be really, really afraid of doing these things. So basically what would happen is basically what I shown on this side is this one. Is that, it's a natural one, and it's not necessarily hostile toward each other if there are multiple groups. So this will just create more interaction between each groups. But I would say something that I could say is that it's like if the plebs would split up basically on continental positions, if they would be doing business in a post-hyper-Bitcoinization world. Because being in one group when you're trading with somebody in the US and you are in Europe, that might not be as feasible. And instead you should be in a European group and then have the larger group trade with the American partner. in a Karietsu. That would be much more better that way. So imagine these organizations happening something like this way. So I think, do we have anything else? That's a good question. How do we know that Kero is not trying to infiltrate and break up the community into factions? I don't know. Am I doing that? So basically, I think like the whole thing that comes down to is reputation. Everybody keeps building reputation in the space, and that's what it comes down to. You need to like see it. If I would be doing something malicious, I would be much more bad. Much more danger of losing my total reputation in the space. So I don't know. You need to decide about it. You need to form your own connections and decide for yourself, basically. Next question. Okay, what the hell is this? I don't think so. I don't think so. No, that is probably something business related. I don't think that is a coordinated one yet. Or I'm just not sure. I would like to comment on that.
Yeah, I think you should have read the question. Because...
Yeah, read the question out. Samurai versus Wasabi, a coordinated attempt at a community split, in your opinion?
No comment.
Someone else?
Yeah, keep the questions coming because we still got a tiny bit more time before Jackie needs to start his own presentation.
Yeah.
All right, I'll ask a question.
Okay, sure.
So when you say government, are you implying that like multiple governments around the world will coordinate to attack Bitcoin?
Not likely. This is unlikely because even right now, if you take a look at Hungary, for example, which is the best thing right now that you can look at as an example, is that Viktor Orban is completely against the European Union, and he does things against the European Union's vision. So with the cooperation of Poland, Czechia, and Slovakia. So it's like, you cannot say that if... So this is the point when actually I think I totally missed in one of the presentation slides, which I immediately go back. So that basically that a 6102 executive order already happened in the United States, but there is no precedent. I mean, it could probably happen, but the whole point is that in Europe, for example, in Hungary, gold was never confiscated from people within the socialist era. So government always respected the sanctity of private property, at least in Hungary. I don't know about other countries, if such things happen, but for example, when the big hyperinflation happened with the Hungarian pengő, people started trading and selling whatever they could for services like gold and whatever else.
Okay, I have something to add to this? You said you don't know about other countries. Can you hear me first of all?
The US could do this because if we are basically encroaching under a US dollar, they would just start attacking us more than likely. That they would see it as a threat and they would start attacking us. So more than likely the US is going to turn hostile at one point. But it might be possible also that they will understand that they can basically turn everything around and then they're gonna become our ally. We don't know. You need to be able to see like how governments react and what they're doing. And then probably you're just gonna need to listen and see how these things work out. But it's highly unlikely that there will be a coordinated effort because there's not even a consensus on politics and military, even in NATO.
Yeah, I guess also a very important thing is that as soon as one government starts to like enforce Bitcoin or embrace it, the others are facing prisoner's dilemma and they will have to react. And they will also have to do the same thing, basically.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I'm not really sure about that.
Caro, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just let me answer this question that came in from outside. So Honey Badger is asking, can somebody read it because I'm too far from the microphone?
Yeah. So it's asking, can possibility number one add more vulnerability in the sense that only one subgroup need to be compromised to compromise the citadel from inside?
I don't think so. It could be possible. It needs some sort of testing at least somehow. But it's highly unlikely because these are individual parts. If one gets removed, it just everything else just rearranges itself, in my opinion. But I'm not sure.
Can I add a thing?
Sure.
Regarding when you said that Hungary didn't confiscate gold from the citizens, but you don't know about other countries that.
I don't know about other countries. I think the UK had a program to exchange gold into notes that was run by the Bank of England back then. That's what I know about. But I don't know if it was a confiscation. I'm not entirely sure.
I can give a pretty blatant example of the Italian government doing some.
Was it during when was it? The year that's most important.
I don't remember exactly. I can go and look at it after I told you. But basically, during the rule of head of state, there was a tax that was being introduced.
But when was this? Was this during the World War II? During
no, it was after. I'm gonna search it right now. But basically, the tax was automatically withdrawn from the citizens' bank accounts without their notice or their consent or their knowledge. So basically, during the night, from all the bank accounts of the citizens, the tax was withdrawn, and obviously, they cannot do that. Obviously, they still did. I'm gonna search it right now.
Okay, there was another question here.
Yeah, we got one more from Lucas.
How do we know that
said,
Satoshi wasn't a government program? One of my good friends, who was also a furry, had a similar perspective about it. He claimed that it was an NSA program that basically was let loose, that they tried to use as a way to destabilize a country, maybe Russia or China, and then it somehow went global and it run out of control, and it's like totally out of control of government, and they don't know what to do about it. So they're now just observing the whole situation, because they might be thinking that it could be possible for them to turn it into a positive thing, or I don't know. It could be also that the NSA is holding all those bitcoins there. Anything is possible. It's like the whole conspiracy. You can put the tinfoil hat on it. It just gets more even crazier.
Caro, can I specify the date? It was the 11th of July, 1992.
1992. So it was a tax added onto gold, basically, when you hold it.
It was a tax withdrawn without permission or consent from the bank account of.
But it wasn't a gold confiscation if you held gold physical. Was it that?
No, I thought we were talking.
No, we're not talking about money. We're talking about gold confiscation. Okay, I was thinking that during the fascist era, it might have been possible, but I'm not entirely sure. Because I don't know a precedent anywhere else that might happen other than the United States canceling this thing and making it illegal.
You still got some time, Kyle.
I can agree.
We got a few more. Oh, we got a few more questions.
We're gonna need a few minute break for bio and everything, but I'm gonna answer this last one. Is there any more questions?
Yeah, there's a few more.
I just copy and paste, please.
Alright.
Sorry about I'm gonna try handle the chat after this is done. Oh, this is a very good question. This is more about the technical side. I can actually show it. It was over here. I think it might be possible. We don't know. But even if that would happen, the layering would start coming in. Even if the base layer cannot change, then the layering would basically solve the problem. That's my opinion. So like it's the social layer, the Bitcoin ecosystem basically fixes all problems and finds new solutions. So there's infinite ways of solving problems within the space. What if they go against business? Well, quite a big problem. But I don't think that would be the end of the world. because over time, even the black market will start turning white over time. If like, I mean, even right now, there's many people holding Bitcoin, so it would be illogical for government to start attacking businesses, and that will later result in a governmental change, like a new government coming in or something. I don't know. Probably something like that's a really interesting question. Yeah. Yeah. KYC only Bitcoin. Yeah, that could actually happen. Also, I didn't see a funny question. Sorry. That's possible. Yes, because I mean, they could mandate it very easily. That would be undesirable, basically. For yeah, there would be a new category of undesirable coins that are not non-KYC. That is basically a basically like a legal attack. That's part of the legal attacks framework. That's what the Shinobi gonna be talking about. Okay, I think we're done with the questions because it's 50 and we need the bio break. All right, thanks everyone for watching, and stay here around. Do your bio. Get 10-minute break, and then in 10 minutes Jackie's gonna come and start talking about his part. So yeah, plebs, principles, game theory in the world to come by Jackie. So yeah.
You're awesome, Jackie.
Go over there. Click on that thing. Delete this shit coin off of my fucking conference right now. No. Go back.
Jackie,
Go
click
back.
the
Go back.
settings
Plus.
button,
Plus
bro.
the
You
plus.
disable all of that.
Here.
Go, plus the plus. Yes.
Jackie,
Now,
right?
move your mouse to the three
Here.
dot over there next to Brave. Immediately.
Here.
Not that one. Go down. That yes. Over there.
Here.
No. The you see, you compose center, Brave. Yes, that one. And disable that piece of now. Do the fucking Binance. Get the fuck. Get this shit. Okay. Thank you.
There you go. Good job, Jackie. Yo, by the way, the
Also got a BlockFi ad up in this bitch, bro.
Dude, I don't fucking care what you say.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
1 minute.
anybody-
I gotta get ready.
Wait.
Okay, everybody gonna get muted except Jackie. Please mute. So, welcome back. We are here at 8 p.m. Probably a tiny bit late by a minute, but here we are. Presentation by Jackie about Pleb's principles and game theory in the world to come. So yeah, Jackie, you have the whole space for however you want. Like I think like good 1 hour is also good. So yeah,
it's probably-
okay. I gotta unmute myself and then it's yours now.
Can I start?
Just start.
Okay, perfect.
As long as you
so-
remove the shit coins.
Oh, sorry, don't touch my link, dude. Don't touch my link. So, so I wanted to start this presentation connecting a bit to Caro's presentation. He talked about how plebs can get divided. And now we want to talk about how can plebs unite. So what unite plebs? Plebs are really different person because they come from all over the world. They have different backgrounds, have experienced different things in lives, and sometimes it's common for them to disagree on certain things. So what is it that they share that unites them in a common goal? The short answer is Bitcoin, but there is more depth to it. So we're going to talk about firstly plebs disciplines and principles. So what happens is when like-minded people collaborate, they create something new. In case of the plebs, many disciplines and principles, all related to Bitcoin, have been developed in a decentralized manner. But obviously, Bitcoin being free and open source makes it so that anyone could do the same thing things that the plebs have been doing. So anyone could make their own disciplines and principles related to Bitcoin itself. So what is it that makes the plebs disciplines and principles better than the others ones that could be created or already are created? I didn't find any, but I can already tell you that the plebs ones are the best. Let's start by saying that Bitcoin was political. I place this image because I think that we all can agree that Bitcoin is anarcho-capitalistic, basically. And that can be found also in the Genesis block. The Bitcoin was kind of a political statement. Bitcoin is political since the Genesis block. The particularity about the plebs principles is that they align politically and ideologically with Bitcoin, and this makes them thrive in a Bitcoin system. So, for example, here we have Bitcoin disciplines. I think you guys can, there are different, let's say, sectors, and in every one there are Bitcoin related disciplines. So let's say game theory, consensus, you can recognize that, economics, Austrian school, Austrian economics, politics, liberty, privacy, and technology, cryptography, proof of work is a big one, and finance. So also that now we're going to talk about instead the Bitcoin principles. That is something that most, if not all, of plebs follow. Regarding Bitcoin principles, they are not, let's say, written rules. They are unwritten rules that are followed by most of the plebs and respected by most of the plebs, recognized by most of the plebs, and there is not a central authority that creates them, validates them, but it's all decentralized. Obviously, the first one, don't trust, verify. I think we all can agree that this is, let's say, the base foundation of the plebs principles. The idea that authority must be questioned every time and everything must be checked to be sure that is the truth. Secondly, stay humble, stack sats. This is another principle that is at the foundation of the plebs. Also, I want to shout out to Bitco for letting me use his art. If you guys don't follow him on Twitter, you should. Another big principle that is at the foundation of plebs is low time preference. So staying humble, stacking sats, low time preference. Then we move on to slay your heroes, no tolerance for scammers and sellouts. I think, I don't know if everyone can recognize, I mean, what this image means, but I kind of made a meme where we can see the American Odal. This is when American Odal slayed, between quotes, slayed E0 or role model, let's say Trace Mayer. When Trace Mayer sold out and became a shitcoiner. So this is something that the plebs follow. No tolerance. If you sell out or you become a scammer, you're out. Your reputation is done, and you are slayed. Let's say you're ostracized, kicked out of the group. Let's say. Desire for a citadel, another big principle. Now, what does mean within and outside? I forgot a parenthesis there. So I talked about this with Joe Rogers, another pleb, and when he told me within, I asked him, what do you mean within? And he said that you cannot want a citadel outside in a physical world unless you have built a citadel in yourself, which is your first line of defense. By this, he meant the principles itself. The principles of the plebs are our first line of defense, and if we follow them accordingly, we are protected, safe, and then we can desire a citadel outside in the real world. I'm going to talk about citadels, physical ones, later on in the presentation. Another one, healthy mind and body, heat stakes. I mean, this one is pretty self-explanatory. So let's move on. Biddle, like hodl. This is a tweet by Elizabeth Stark. Keep developing, keep building. Another important one. And others that I didn't know what picture to insert. Independent thinking and intellectual rigor. I mean, critical thought is really important. Honesty and transparency, another one. And not afraid to make their own path. I mean, we can all relate to this because we are not following, the all the other ships, we are trying to find another way to solve a lot of problems with Bitcoin. Now, we move on to the goals of the plebs. In my opinion, or let's say in some plebs' opinions, we all think that spreading plebs principles to everyone in the world would greatly benefit the world itself. I mean, there wouldn't be a lot of bullshit if everyone followed plebs principles, but not every of them. Like, even following some of them could help society, people in general. So this is kind of the plan. Kind of made a meme of it. Plebs principles. We basically throw plebs principles at normies. This is just a meme. Obviously, it's more complicated than this. So there is no need for plebs to enforce plebs principles on normies, because there is no need to use force. There is no need to use deception, like some ideologies already do or did in the past. We know which ones. Peaceful ideologies. This type of peaceful ideologies, because basically, if Bitcoin succeeds, like we all think it will, people will be incentivized to follow plebs principles by Bitcoin itself. To quote Pleb, play by the game's rules or don't play. Bitcoin changes you more than you change it. And also, Bitcoin forces cooperation between people, and Bitcoin disrupts violence at scale. So what we end up with is a world where everyone that uses Bitcoin is incentivized to follow pleb principles, and Bitcoin incentivized cooperation and disincentivized violence. So what we end up is with peaceful, voluntary cooperation. Moving on. Plebs collaboration after hyper-Bitcoinization. This is more of, let's say, the opposite of what Caro talked about. He talked about collaboration, but he talked about vector of attacks. I'm going to talk about collaboration. So collaboration between plebs is very important in the future, especially after hyper-Bitcoinization. There will be a lot of wealthy plebs, and with that wealth, we can achieve a lot and help each other a lot. To quote Alfini, I didn't write it in this presentation, but I remember reading it. He said, I'm not gonna say it perfectly, paraphrase it a bit. He basically said, if we really think that Bitcoin is going to hit 1 million, like you all think, we should probably use that wealth we will gain to make some good, to put it towards good things. So collaboration must not be forced. And it's good because collaboration between individuals that share the same belief or share the same heritage is natural and happens all the time already in this world. For example, I could give you an example of religion, the Jews. And obviously, heritage could be like Chinese. If you go in every major city, you can see Chinatowns. This means that these people that share the same heritage naturally came to cooperate each other and to help each other. So this means that cooperation between plebs will not need to be forced upon people or even started, because it will come naturally as a result of plebs sharing the same belief in Bitcoin and plebs believing in the same principles. And obviously, the biggest benefit between plebs, apart from economical and benefit to the group, is protection against hostile entities. I think that Caro explained a lot better the part about hostile entities. Obviously, there aren't a lot of hostile entities that we can identify as of right now, because we are talking hypothetically in the future. There is only one that we can identify, and that's the government. I think Caro covered that part pretty good himself. So what can we do against the government that Caro hasn't? He talked about citadels, so I'm going in a bit more about citadels. I'm going to define two types of citadel. I don't know about what you guys think when you hear the word citadel. You could think of, fortified castles full of Bitcoiners that lives together and are protected within. But I came out with possibly two types of citadel that we could identify, and they kind of differ from the normal view, that the normal idea of citadel that people think of when you say the word citadel. So the first one are economical citadels. What I mean by economical citadels is places where your economical side of yourself, so your Bitcoin, is safe. This could be, they already exist for the normal world, like offshore paradises where rich people move their money to avoid being taxed by the government, by the government where they were born or where they made the money. So they basically acquire a citizenship, move their financial residency there, and then they can follow the taxes of that financial paradise. And what I expect to happen, and which I hope will happen, is that um, governments that are already financial paradises, offshore paradises, will become Bitcoin friendly, recognizing the fact that they will greatly benefit, their economy will greatly benefit from a lot of wealthy plebs and Bitcoiners going there with their financial residency, uh, having zero taxes on Bitcoin and Bitcoin wealth. Uh, and this could greatly boost their economy, so they don't have to place these taxes. So I made, let's say, some uh, points about what I would want into my economical citadel. I would want an easy to acquire citizenship, obviously, because let's say the government, you didn't do your homework, you didn't already, prepare ahead of time and get your citizenship before the government comes after you. I would want a citizenship that is easy to get, acquiring no time, so I can already move there and not get chased around, arrested, everything the government could say. Biggest point, Bitcoin friendly environment, no taxes on Bitcoin or Bitcoin wealth. Obviously, an advanced society, because if you are going to live there, maybe there are requirements that you live there for a certain amount of time, or you actually like the place and you want to live there. You would want to live in advanced society, medical care and everything. Then this might sound straight, stable government. By stable government, I mean that given the fact that the government is still Bitcoin friendly, you would want the government to be stable so that it doesn't change the laws from one day to another and then you get stuck there with your Bitcoin and get taxed. And obviously, this for everyone that loves guns and wants guns, easy to acquire guns and ammo. Um, Obviously, really important. Then I decided to define another type of citadel, because this citadel protects only the economic side of you, only your Bitcoins. Um, because thinking of the common idea of a citadel, castle protected by walls, with all the Bitcoiners living inside, armed to the teeth, that's a problem. People know where they live. People know that the government knows that a lot of Bitcoiners live in that, let's say, castle or city, like walled city with walls. They could easily frontal attack you with violence, bomb you. It's not the best solution to that. And obviously, the same thing could happen inside of an economical citadel. Let's say Panama or some other offshore paradises. I see that the government could easily come after you in one of these places. So what you want is basically a security citadel. Now, what are security citadels? They are in isolated place. They are really small, with small amount of plebs, obviously, to not attract unwanted attention. Let's already go down to, let's say, what I would want to see in my security citadel. I would want to have a location to go if shit is a fan. You know, I live in my economical citadel. I know that some government is coming after me, and I pack all my shit. I get on a plane, I fly there, and I low down. Then isolated location to avoid unwanted attention. Obviously, you cannot be living the fancy life, balling like crazy. You would want probably something up in some isolated mountain where no one expects you to go, or maybe it's so far away and so difficult to reach you, and maybe also you have a lot of guns that the government says maybe it's not worth to go after this guy, or groups of people that want to come after you. Because let's say if the government wants to come after you, okay, they can do Ruby Reach 2.0 or Waco again. So the first defense against government in this type of citadel would be that they don't know where you are. Uh, Smaller groups of people, not governments, that want to attack you, could instead be disincentivized to attack you because it's too far, difficult to reach, and probably you're armed to the teeth. So it's not worth coming after you. Third point, small group of plebs for OPSEC purposes. Obviously, if you have 30, 40 plebs living in this citadel with the families, because obviously, let's face it, you're gonna bring your family, because if you don't bring it, the government's gonna go after them. The more people, the more attention. So you want, let's say, 10, 15 groups of 10, 15 plebs plus their families, maybe less, for OPSEC. Then you want them to be stocked with cans, ammo, and supply. Obviously, depends on the location. How close is it to other, let's say, small towns? How easy is to reach those towns? How easy, this is an important one, how easy it is to reach medical assistance if it's needed, and also easy to acquire supplies and medical help in case of emergency or in case the supplies run out. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. You can follow me on Twitter at Jackie, and I'm done. Caro, you want to unmute yourself?
Oh, there we go.
I don't know if Caro is here. Caro?
Whoops, okay, I'm here now.
Okay.
Just had to unmute myself because the microphone was unmuted as I was talking to the audience. So let's see, so we're open now for questions. I think if people are interested in asking questions right now, you can start asking it from Jackie. If anything comes up, I'm just gonna read it on the live chat, and then yeah, you probably can answer it.
Yeah, I can see the live
and I
chat
can still
somewhere.
see a shitcoin on your browser. Oh, it's so terrible, man. What the fuck?
I was just gonna
Somehow, drop that nuclear bomb on it.
Dude, I was just gonna, stack some link. So can you please stop it? No, never mind. Bitcoin kids, don't shitcoin. I must stop streaming.
Oh, okay. I should probably put some picture up of cats or something.
Put some picture of cats. Wait, how do I stop streaming though? Let me
Okay.
close it.
So I don't think you should have stopped it, because at least you can go back and forth on your slides when the questions are coming. But it's okay, man.
Let me fix that right away. Right away.
So Claudio says that to be honest, Citadels in my mind is a whole complex, including health services, etc. It needs to be an own ecosystem. Kind of dystopic, LEL.
Okay, so this is kind of... Okay, wait. Okay, the presentation is back up. So...
I quickly fix it.
Okay, is it good?
Yeah, I think it's visible. Mine should
Okay.
be just on the second one, so yeah, they can actually see it.
Okay. My mind is a whole complex, including health services, etc. It needs to be a known ecosystem. Okay, I agree with that. It could be really cool if we can achieve something like that. Like, let's say, small city but these types of citadel obviously would take time to be created and built, because I don't know if you want to use, buy. I don't know if you can buy parts of already existing cities and convert their infrastructure to be able to have, because obviously I'm assuming that this citadel will be closed only to plebs. I don't know if you can buy parts of cities, enclose them in kind of a wall and then convert that infrastructure so that it fits our needs. I think it's possible with time, that knowing that we will have a lot of wealth in the future, and by wealth we will have a lot of power with it. It could be possible that we could build entire like small cities with infrastructure, medical help, and everything. But it's really gonna take time. Let's say that this what I talked about uh, regarding. Let me take it. What is it? I can't find it. Okay, here the presentation. When I talked about security citadels, like I know what you guys want. You guys want this, and I want it too because it's really cool. Okay, you have big massive
Yeah, that is pretty cool, to be honest.
super technological stuff. Okay, but this is gonna come with time. I don't know if I'm gonna be alive when this comes. Probably our children or our grandchildren, but that's not what I was kind of fine. I was trying to say that this is more of a, let's say, close term solution to citadels. So more of a thing that could happen in the next years, because obviously to build a city or a small city could take time. Then Lucas Mountain says build outside a city in an incorporated area and then corporate. Okay, could be possible, but problem with that is that where are you gonna build it? In a state, in the United States, then the United States become against Bitcoin, and you basically live next to a big city, and they can come after you like that. I don't know, or you can build it in one of those. You could build it, I don't know, in one of those offshore paradises where the government is pro Bitcoin. That's kind of better. Guys, you can buy an island. Okay, you build a big complex. You buy a big ass island. You get a big group of Bitcoiners. You start building your citadel. But this remains the point that if you want to build a big complex, hostile entities will still know where that complex is, because obviously it's big. It's going to attract unwanted attention. So you might still want to have, a backup small citadel with small amounts of people that you build yourself or with other people, and you can go to if you need to hide, lay low for safety. A good complex, still Lucas Modern, a good complex by an old town or college that's up for sale. Yeah, that's possible. Depends obviously in the amount of people you want uh, to to have in that citadel. But I mean, the location is the most important thing. You don't want to build in a place where the government is against Bitcoin. Uh, I'm planning a space station citadel, but not using the Death Star plans. Reputation for the architect is not good, having 100% infiltration rate. Okay, that's fine. What else? It's very important to have skills in addition to Bitcoin. Yes, obviously. If you wanna, let's say you have a security citadel in, I don't know, the Rocky Mountains, and supply, like you can resupply your citadel, but it's kind of a long trip. You would want to be able to grow food, hunt, fish, make repairs by yourself. Okay, it's not that your roof, I don't know, is leaking and you call handyman to repair it. I mean, you're stranded in an isolated place to lay low, so you would want to be able to repair stuff by yourself. Okay. There are more questions.
Maybe somebody from inside the audience.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much a question as it is a comment to what you just said about being able to, fix things yourself. I think what that's going to do is it's going to inspire people to, think of solutions that don't require specialists. So, like,
you would want to be as self-reliant as possible, as independent as possible, because when you delegate responsibilities, and if you delegate too much responsibilities, you kind of open vector of attack. Okay, because if you call people to repair your security citadel, now they know the location, or they could infiltrate the citadel, and maybe there are hitmen. They kill you. They plant a bomb. They poison the water. It's not that hard to make rising, guys. It's not that hard to make rising. They put it in the water. They poison it. 10 hours, you get an heart attack, or your liver starts functioning. You're dead. That's
why is
why.
everybody always dying in your scenarios?
I don't know, guys.
It always ends with this. Everybody's dying.
Because that's the ultimate, problem. If you get clipped, you die.
Oh God.
Citadel's idea also seems quite related to free private citizens. Yeah, that's true. That's completely true. But yeah, the more you delegate responsibilities, the more vectors of attack you open on yourself. That's why you want to be able to be independent. Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
So, Jackie, can I play devil's advocate just
go
to
on.
spice up the show? So,
Yeah.
the problem right now is obviously there's a very old saying, right, which is "Don't fix what's broken," right? And the problem, what's clearly broken, is the money, right?
Yes.
But I don't see society as broken. I think that we have one of the most, especially you live in Italy, man. That's like a Western country. And like a lot of us live in the United States. So we live in the most prosperous time in history, in the human history, right? So why are we going to reinvent the wheel with the Citadel? Again, I'm just playing devil's advocate. This isn't my personal opinion.
I mean, what do you mean by reinventing the wheel?
Because what you're suggesting is a commune, right? Like that's basically what this is, a commune of people that have like-minded ideas, right?
Yeah.
What tends to happen in communes is that over time they start to deteriorate, right? And you could look at that in history. So, for example, like a lot of the communes that happened in California back in the day, basically they didn't believe in money. They would plant their own. Sorry, I'm choking. I'm eating Chipotle. So, they would plant their own food. They would, they would do everything. They would do their own work, and they would be completely cut off from society. But what would happen over time is that the communes themselves would start to deteriorate, right? So, what I'm suggesting, right? Again, I'm playing devil's advocate. These aren't my beliefs. Is perhaps it's not society that's broken. Perhaps it's just the money, and perhaps if we fix the money, then society will improve.
Okay. So I kind of agree with that. So can I ask you something? Because I don't know about Californian communes. Were they communists?
No, they weren't communists. They just, so what it was, it's very similar to what you're suggesting in the Citadel, which is like, like self-sovereignty, like arming yourself, basically surviving off the land, money not being an issue. It's very similar to what you're suggesting, right? So like what I'm suggesting, again, I'm playing devil's advocate. This isn't my personal opinion, is that perhaps it's not society that's broken, perhaps it's just the money, right? Because if you look at historically speaking, Western societies are the most prosperous and they've ever been in human history, right? So perhaps we don't need to fix society, we just need to fix the money, and by fixing the money, it will improve society.
Okay.
I'm just playing devil's advocate to spice it up.
Okay, I agree with that, because obviously fix the money, fix the world. The idea is that connecting to the Bitcoin principle, the plebs principles. Do you agree with me that if people, normies, followed plebs principles, the world would be better than it is right now?
I totally agree, but that's again, that's fixing the money, right?
Yeah, let me
The
get
fiat money creates the
point.
toxic behavior, and then relying on Bitcoin creates a healthier behavior because it incentivizes you to save.
Exactly.
It gives you hope for the future versus fiat, which is actually really depressing. It doesn't give you hope. It actually kind of depresses you because if you save in fiat, you lose money.
Okay, yes, totally true. When I said, let me get the, no, I said it by voice, but what I basically said is that um, plebs principles will be incentivized on normies by Bitcoin itself. Normies will be incentivized to follow those principles. So I agree with that. If Bitcoin succeeds, the world is going to become a better place because you just fix the money, and those people that now, let's say, follow fiat principles, let's say that way, will, as you said, save money, have hope in the future, low time preference, everything like that. But don't you think that entities that had power before there is the change would come after you for vengeance or to try to stop you?
So I think Bitcoin is like it's a cancer to the traditional financial system, right? It's malignant, so it's terminal too. It's just a matter of time. So you could do chemotherapy and you could, try to extend the life, but at the end of the day, it's terminal. Why do I say this? Half of the world is not a Western society, so they don't have relatively stable currencies. So if you explain Bitcoin to a Venezuelan, right, and I come from Venezuela, so I can attest to this, or you explain Bitcoin to a South American or to someone in Turkey, they understand it in 2 seconds. And if you look at the actual transaction peer-to-peer volume in the countries with high inflation and volatility in their currency, their actual Bitcoin usage without KYC, it's peer to peer because they don't have exchanges, is extremely high, right? The problem is that in Western countries, right, we have a relatively stable currency, right? Like if you live in Europe, you use the euro. If you live in the United States, you use the dollar, etc., etc., right? Now Bitcoin is not a necessity like it is to someone in a third world country. Now Bitcoin is a speculative commodity, right? So so in the sense that I think that eventually all fiat will die, right? But you have to understand, man, that at the same time, like, people have to be incentivized to use Bitcoin, right? So like, for example, if you're a wealthy dude and you've just made your money your entire life and you're good, you have absolutely no incentive to use Bitcoin. But as the population ages, right, and the younger generation it got so fucked over by the older generation, the younger generation, I think that the percentage is about 80% of millennials, and I don't even know what the percentage is of Zoomers, actually own Bitcoin, right? So the older people, remember, people get older, bro. So the people in power, they're just going to get older and over and older. And over time, what you're going to see is an acceptance. And I think it's going to, of course, I think it's going to be a little bit violent, like in the sense that there's going to be some pushback, but I think that it's inevitable that Bitcoin takes over because
Okay.
the financial system, you could just see the cracks and it's BS. And we all know that everyone's just printing.
Yeah, so I agree with you completely that fiat currencies are gonna die. It's gonna take some time. I remember you saying that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, once the government sees that everyone is switching to Bitcoin because it's the better alternative, they're trying to make the US dollar better to incentivize people to stay in the US to keep using the US dollar. And once there is this competition between Bitcoin and the US government, the US dollar, the only one that benefits from this fight, from this competition, is the customer, the consumer itself. So us, that can use both instruments because one basically made the other start competing to become better, right?
Exactly. Like, because the government's fucked, man. They're
Yeah.
really screwed
And
because they can't ban it. Like in the especially in the United States, like there's a misconception that like Bitcoin could be banned in the United States. First of all, Bitcoin, the United States wants to keep its technological edge, which is a reason why Bitcoin has not been banned. And also remember that the United States government works by lobbying, right? So there's a lot of big industries, there's a lot of big exchanges that are based in the United States, and they have tremendous lobbying power in Washington, right? So the more that Bitcoin grows in terms of market cap, the bigger tentacles Bitcoin will have on Congress. And if worse comes to worse, there's actually a freedom of speech argument with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin isn't gold. It's not like a physical material. You could make the argument that Bitcoin is actually speech, right? Because you can have all your Bitcoin in 24 words. That's a form of speech, right? So there's a freedom of speech like argument, legal argument that can go all the way to the Supreme Court. So man, like I'm extremely optimistic, and I think that it's a cancer. I think that they can't win. They could extend the life of the current system, but eventually they're going to succumb, and it's just going to make the US dollar the stable coin or whatever, right? You're not going to be throwing Bitcoin at strippers, because you don't want to do that, because it's going to go up in value later.
But I agree with that, and that it will compete and then eventually die off. But what I mean is that I don't think that citadels will be used, at least security citadels, because obviously, do we agree that economical citadels will be needed if the government where you live will try to tax you, so you basically move?
They already exist. Bro. They're good neighborhoods, like a really wealthy neighborhood. That's an economic citadel, right? It has armed guards, it has walls, like there's private islands already. Like it already exists, what you're saying, know?
And that's why the plebs or Bitcoiners that are interested will do that. What I mean by security citadels now is that even if we both agree that eventually Bitcoin is going to win and eventually is going to have a positive effect on the world, on society, or government itself, is that there, as you said, there could be violence, and I'm not here trying to be the one that the violence is pointed at. Okay, we can agree that some violence will be there, and I don't want to be left in the crossfire or be one targeted. So security citadels are not somewhere where you're supposed to live for time and time because the world has gone to shit and it's like apocalypse and everything, government falling and everything. No, it's places where you go to lay low in case of something happening. But then
So again, dude, like Jackie, like I don't want you to think that I'm disagreeing with anything. All I'm doing is just playing devil's advocate to kind of spice this up.
It's good that you did it. It's good
I'm just playing the other side, right? So I think that the best form of security in terms of Bitcoin is security by anonymity, right? So you hide in plain sight, you hide in the crowd. No one has to know that you're a Bitcoiner. That's the best way, right? Because if you, for example, if you escape, there's a rule in cybersecurity, which is if the government wants to get you, right, there's nowhere you can hide. You're going to get caught, period, right? Unless you're like hiding in a cave in Afghanistan or something, whatever, they're going to find you, right? So like, unless you want to like live in Antarctica for the rest of your life, the best solution or strategy would just be hiding in plain sight, using exactly what everyone's doing in this chat, right? Like anonymous, avatars on Twitter. You're not using your real name. Those are already really good steps, because remember, it becomes an economical problem for the government. If they want to hunt down all the Bitcoiners, that's going to be extremely expensive. And that $10,000 limit where you fly overseas, dude, try enforcing that with 24 words. It's impossible. You can't do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? So it changes the whole game from within itself, and it's like a peaceful revolution. And all you have to do is just buy Bitcoin. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with the peaceful revolution, because here Bitcoin disrupts violence at scale. Bitcoin forces cooperation. Completely agree with that. And also, Wait, you said. Wait, I just. Wait, what did you say about before peaceful revolution?
Dude, to make it real quick, all you have to do to disrupt the current system is opt out of it. So all you have to do is just buy Bitcoin and then
Okay, okay.
preferably run a node.
Okay, I remember this, but we are kind of all doxed because anyone that buys KYC Bitcoins, they're doxed. Easy to find.
Yeah, but try to seize that Bitcoin.
Okay.
It's not
That's
like
a
the government
harder
can come-
aspect when you try to seize that Bitcoin, basically, because then you're openly declaring war against Bitcoiners, and then they immediately going to start turning hostile against the government. So
And
that's a
they're gonna
double-edged
leave.
sword, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They're gonna leave. You're gonna leave,
I mean,
dude.
Not just
imagine-
no,
imagine
it
if
doesn't
you-
have to be. It does no. Hold on. It doesn't have to be leaving a country. It could immediately spark a civil war funded by Bitcoiners.
Exactly. 100%. 100%, dude. Like
Yeah.
the government's stuck in a really tough place, bro. Because they
Mhm.
can't overregulate it because that's just gonna force people to stay in the system. And if they let go too much, it's just gonna accelerate the rate of death of their
Yeah.
own
They
created
can
currency.
basically just do what they're doing with with the interest rate. They can just control the money printing and the money and the rate of the clients, so that they probably need to figure out a way how to survive this. Because if they're able to somehow turn this around and make like a cushion for them, so they're gonna fall onto and it's not gonna be the end of the world for them, then maybe they will survive and they're not gonna piss off the Bitcoiners and they don't need to make full out war against them.
In my humble opinion, bro, they have no idea what to do, and that they've been trying to kill this thing for the last 10 years, and Honey Badger fucking doesn't die.
Yeah. I wanted to address one of the questions real quick. How do you balance self-reliability and trustlessness on one side and division of labor and trust on the other side? Division of labor enables increased productivity in uncapped society. Yes, I agree completely. I think you're referring to the fact that in security citadels, I said be more independent as possible, be self-reliable, because you don't want to give responsibilities, let's say, to fix something inside of a security citadel to someone else to avoid destroying the OPSEC. So the only place, unless you want to give the responsibility to another person inside of the security citadel, and there's no OPSEC problem in that, because that person already know where the citadel is and lives in that citadel, so has no interest in giving away sensitive information about the location. What I mean is that when you are in that place, you just want to lay low and don't be disturbed, don't lay low completely. So obviously, let's say we talk about economical citadels, so places where you actually can give away responsibilities. Obviously, that's good that you divide labor to increase productivity and give away responsibility, so you can, let's say, give trust to someone and then gain by them doing your work, and you repay them with money. But the only part about security citadel is that you don't want anyone to know it, so anyone external to it could be a security threat to it. Could be a security threat to the position. Okay, over time. But yeah, guys, security citadels are cool. Nico is a comic. That's it. No, just kidding.
All
Great
right,
presentation,
I think
Jackie.
we reached, really good presentation. Round of applause for him. I just managed to obtain plebsec.com domain, so a website will be going up in a couple months.
Let's go.
So I think we need this longer bio break, at least 13 minutes. Don't run away, because next hour comes the live rehab show. We're gonna have a much more deeper conversation. I'm gonna be steering it a lot better, and we're gonna be actually giving away 2 cold cards and 2 cold plates, all courtesy of CoinKite. Novak just messaged me in the morning and he offered us this sweepstakes. So all the participants on YouTube can participate on it. All you're gonna have to do is follow our instruction. We'll be posting a post on Twitter, and you will have to just reply underneath it, and we'll be picking a winner by the end of the podcast. So it will be a live show basically. So yeah, let's have the break. I'm gonna mute the chat, and everybody can go have a 30-minute break, or actually now just 12 minutes. So yeah. Okay. All right, I think you can shut down your screen now. Yep.
Here. Did it go down?
Yeah. What is that? Okay.
It's good.
It's good. Okay, I'm gonna be muting my microphone and the rest. And then we'll be back with Bitcoin Rehab live episode with all of us in here. If anyone is actually, this is totally open for everyone. If someone is interested in participating in the live rehab show, just feel free to DM me on Twitter in the next 10 minutes, and I will be sending you a invite link if you want to participate live on the show. Or just, I don't know, I'm gonna be reading the YouTube links of it, like, yeah. Okay, I'm muting this right now. This show is not a financial advice. Bitcoin and shitcoins involve risk. Consult with a professional before investing. And now we're live! Welcome to the Bitcoin Rehab Show. Everybody can now unmute basically.
Hey.
Hey everyone. Let me just mute my phone because there's gonna be an echo in here. So
Yeah.
this is, I need to close the doors because I left it open accidentally. Oops, sorry about it. Probably heard some weird noises. Alright, so we are here. The problem is that I haven't come up with any topic to talk about, but I think we can start by having everybody introduce themselves, because I'm pretty sure some people here did talk on a podcast, some didn't. I think majority of people here actually did. So yeah, I think we should do that. Let's start with people somewhere. Someone start.
Yo,
Let's
what's
start
up?
with-
This Optimus Fields at My Living Truth. Just a Bitcoin pleb out here doing the business.
Yeah, my name is BT Chap. I'm around since a while. I have been on the Rehab podcast with Caro quite a lot of times already. So enjoying always being joining this kind of happenings.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I'm Coin Icarus. I'm the host of the Fun with Bitcoin podcast and fellow Bitcoin plebe, and just super happy to be here.
Yeah, fellow plebe. Good.
What's up, guys? My name is Nico, or how you guys know me on Twitter, aka Bitvault7. I'm the host of the Simply Bitcoin show, and I do it with my buddy Coin Icarus, who just introduced himself.
Hey everyone, I'm Jackie, Bitcoin Zoomer. Very happy to be here. Thanks, Caro. I'm on Twitter. I'm Jackie.
Yeah, I'm Hotlonote, good friend of Caro, and me and Bitcoin Katya are running Citadel 21, and we just started sponsoring this podcast, which we are really happy with.
Thanks very much for sponsoring the show, by the way.
Yeah, we're happy to, man.
So
Love
yeah,
what you're
I
doing.
think we can start with this. Maybe Katya can actually introduce herself also.
Yeah, hi guys. Happy to be here and follow up on the PLEBSEC Congress. And I think Hodlonat pretty much introduced me.
Okay. I think we could start with you two. Tell the viewers a bit about Citadel 21.
Well, Citadel 21 is a Bitcoin cultural zine. So we actually decided to start a project which would tell people more about Bitcoin, like from all sorts of backgrounds, and teach them about the Bitcoin and show them that there is a lot more things behind than just like being it an asset or like the future of money, how we know them today. So we just wanted to show that there is like a great culture, great people, and a lot more topics that people can actually learn that can change their life, basically. So yeah, I mean, it's just a zine, but we think it's like pretty holistic project that can potentially change someone's life for better. That's, I guess, how we see it.
Yeah, like in the Bitcoin scene, there haven't been any cultural magazines other than artists operating in the scene. So this is completely a brand new take on the whole thing. It's quite interesting. And it was like totally surprising that this thing kind of just appeared out of nowhere, basically, for me. And like it just popped up on my radar.
Yeah, I think what's cool about it is that we basically show Bitcoin from so many sides that it's hard to see those sites probably when you're like in a Twitter, or maybe like if you're quite away from Twitter but you see some news somewhere. So it's hard to see like the complexity of this thing, but like through the content that people contribute, we can see like how big it is and how different Bitcoin is for different people. Like for example, like in Venezuela, in some other post-Soviet countries, in Europe, in America, like everyone basically can find something like specific in Bitcoin, like the problem which it solves for these people. And this is like only one side. Then we have art, then we have just, I don't know, some cool math, like for example, like what is cooler to have, like the land or like staking sats and like basically growing your Bitcoin stack. So I think it's really helpful just to see this thing from different perspectives and to understand that this is like really bigger than just an asset, like how it is for many people, and especially those who are newcomers to this space.
Yeah, I agree. And importantly, Citadel 21 doesn't really have an editorial policy. Anyone can write to us, and we will look at it. And if we think it's cool, we will publish it. Even if you have 3 followers on Twitter or 3,000, doesn't matter to us at all. The only thing that matters is the signal. So we are happy to see that a lot of plebs have already contributed. And those voices, I think it's really important that those voices come out as well and are not just hidden and buried in obscure Twitter threads, because there is a shitload of cool thoughts and perspectives coming out from all the plebs.
Yeah, it's really cool. What do you guys think about, not you two, but other participants in the room? What do you guys think about Citadel 21?
I mean, I'll jump in first off. Citadel 21's a sponsor, so shout out to Hodlonaut and Bitcoin Kadia for sponsoring Bitcoin Kindergarten. And I personally love it, man. It's so cool to see all our friends' voices be heard and their stories, and everyone writes freaking amazing pieces, and the art in there is just so cool. I can't wait to get my physical one and look through it, and just, you know, I'm a fangirl for Citadel 21, and now I'm part of the family. So like I'm more than happy to be over here and talking with you guys and shilling Citadel 21. And I think everyone should try to write a piece. I've been wrapping my head around getting a piece out there, but I'm kind of slow on it. So I think I just got an idea. So maybe soon I'll get something up there. But yeah, shout out to Citadel 21.
Yeah, we should do like Citadel 21 co-op or something. If you're being sponsored, that'd be much more interesting.
Yeah, so I actually did a podcast with the cover artist for volume 3. His name is Dim Zion, and he had this awesome, it was a comic, I guess you would call it, called Boltardia, and we kind of just went over that, and it was just so interesting, the incredible art in his comic and the deeper meaning in the story was just it was emotional, man, that when I was reading it, and it was so cool. So I've been hooked ever since.
Yeah, Bultaria is fucking great. I think he has definitely not gotten the recognition he deserves. I think Bultaria will be like discovered by more people as we go forward, because Dim is definitely going to continue creating it, and I think he even has plans to make some kind of animated thing out of it.
We're just showing the viewers Voltaria and Volume 3 right now.
Yeah, guys, I just gotta say, like, Citadel 21, it's very cool, but I really, really like the artists. Like, it gave a platform for artists to express themselves, and it's super cool. Like, I love it.
Yeah, we love it too. That's really cool to put to be able to collaborate with artists, both for the covers and like the articles inside.
Yeah,
We
I think
have
I would also love to participate and write a few words once for this really a fantastic piece of work, and for this nice project that you are setting up. We'll definitely come back to that. Absolutely.
Awesome.
We had a question in the chat, if there were any of the existing volumes left for sale.
Yeah, some. I think we are at exactly 20 left now. I think we have 16 singles and 2 reserved for the 12-month sub and 2 for the 6-month sub. So I think 20 scenes left in total. And for those who doesn't know, we did a print run of 1,000 scenes, and we will definitely not be printing anymore at any time. And they are all individually numbered by hand. So 1,000 scenes is all there is, and now there are 20 left for sale.
I got a question, Haranat, Kadia. Are you guys going to just print every zine, every issue 1,000 times and just keep it limited the whole time?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I think we don't really know. We plan to, at least for now, print it for like 1,000 pieces. That's at least what we have in our head. But it seems to me that if there will be a bigger demand, we can actually increase the number. But like what we were thinking, that for us, and I think for many, it's still like a collectible. So we're not going to like make like huge amounts printed. That will not happen. So it still will be limited.
Yeah, I'm thinking like it's very hard to say. Like now I think we were pretty bold to print 1,000, just because inside our echo chamber it seemed like there was a lot of interest, but still we didn't know. I mean, we can be fooled by an echo chamber, so we are super, super happy to have sold out 1,000. But we kind of don't think we will sell as well for volume 2. Volume 2 is dropping real soon, by the way. And we're going to drop physical volumes maybe like every 3rd week until we have caught up with the digital release. But yeah, we'll try 1,000 for volume 2 as well. And if it sells decently, we will stick to that number until demand escalates it, I guess. If it ever does.
I got a question for you, Haranat. So I bought the 12-month subscription and the first edition. In the 12-month subscription, does that mean that it covers the first, I think it's the first 5 or the first 6? or does it start from the latest zine?
Like if you order 12-month sub, that means you will get volume 1 to 12.
Okay.
So in your case, you will get 2 copies of volume 1. And that was a bit unclear in the product description at the start. We fixed that now. We'll probably make the product descriptions even more impossible to misunderstand. But yeah, it was kind of confusing for many in the beginning. So yeah, hope you're not too salty that you'll get 2 copies.
No, I like it. I could frame one.
Yeah, it's great.
Can you tell us a bit about how do you plan on issuing Volume 4? More specifically with the two graphical pieces in it.
Let's see, Volume 4. Are you thinking about 21ism?
Yes, and there's another episode of Butardi in it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like Bultardia, I think we have 2 Bultardia episodes in Volume 3. So we will have to find a way to make that happen in an orderly fashion. I think probably, we will have to talk to 21ism if they want us to actually print it or inside our
I think you
scene.
should print it, obviously.
Yeah, I think so too, since they contributed. But I mean, if they have something against it, we will definitely listen to that. But I think some of these scenes will be quite a bit thicker than others because of certain content. But yeah, we haven't gotten further than Volume 2 is basically finished in design now. So it will be printed shortly. But we haven't started Volume 3 or 4 yet, so we'll have to talk with... me and Katja will have to talk with Martin Cypherpunk now, who designs the physical scenes, and see how we're going to do it.
Hotline, I prepared a surprise for you, just for you. I dumped the price below 10,000. So now is the time to speak the lane and say, we will never see Bitcoin below 10,000 ever again.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're currently below, so it's kind of hard.
No, it dropped again. It dropped again.
But obviously,
bump it, everyone buy.
I can already feel I will have some prediction coming soon.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, let's see what happens until the end of this podcast.
Yeah.
We should get everyone on air by every listener. Pump the price.
So we are actually... I totally forgot about this. I apologize for this. We are giving away... Actually, Novak this morning messaged me and he said that he wants to sponsor PLEBSEC. And he said that he will be sponsoring us with 2 cold cards and 2 seat plates. So now I'm trying to write the tweet really hastily. But as the rules go, that those participants who are watching right now, they can get on Twitter and post a reply underneath this tweet, and then link back into the chat in the stream. And we will be picking a winner by the end of this podcast. So have any of you been using Cold Card before?
Absolutely.
In here.
Oh yeah, it's my main
Damn,
hardware wallet.
Yeah, same. Main coldest storage.
I'm blocked by Rodolfo, so I don't know what's happening with that project anymore.
Oh yeah. It's okay. We can talk about that also.
I like Cold Card.
That's how you know that this is PLEBSEC.
I like Cold Card, but I'm not a fan how Rodolfo kind of squishes the competition, because overall that's not good for Bitcoin. And he's done that with multiple hardware manufacturers. Even though I'm a huge fan of the Cold Card, I don't think that's
capitalistic, and I don't think that's good for Bitcoin.
That was my beef with him. That I basically he was shitting on Slush and Treasure all the time, and I really don't see how that's a good marketing strategy for Cold Card.
Oh shit! I think we went down a really bad path here.
I keep
Cold Card is great.
Yeah, guys, don't try and make him lose a sponsor.
Okay, just a disclaimer, anything the participants say is not the views of the host of the Bitcoin Rehab podcast. Thank you very much.
I keep my coin on the Coinbase still because I don't believe in those hardware wallets. Just joking.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Dude,
guys,
I think you'd get booted real quick.
Don't
Yeah,
get bamboozled by the hardware wallets. Keep your coins safe on the exchange.
Obviously. Yeah. I think also Cold Card is really one of the best products. Really, I absolutely agree with most of you guys. Yeah. Ledger had few epic fuck ups or problems in the last time. So yeah, Cold Card it is.
4 in the row, actually. 4 you remember we talked about this last time on the podcast also. Now it's the 4th time that Ledger had a vulnerability in it. But look at that. Cold Card actually fixed all the vulnerabilities in it. So it's like kind of like, looking at it, even though Ledger fixed it also, but when does the next next vulnerability gonna pop up in Ledger again? Like really?
Well, that goes to show that like them supporting all those shit coins just opens so many attack vulnerabilities. So like,
That's true.
I think we could all agree that like, Cold Card right now is definitely the best Bitcoin wallet because it's specifically only Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, Ledger is also a much larger target, I assume, for any bad actors, and they are having the biggest. I mean, they attract more hackers than a Cold Card ever would, obviously, because fewer people are using it.
I don't know, dude. I agree with that, but at the same time, like them adding support for so many coins just like opens up more avenues and more attack vectors. So I do agree with you that Ledger perhaps is the more mainstream product, but the fact that they support so many fucking shit coins, right? It opens Pandora's box essentially.
Yeah, it's true.
We have a new attendee. It's BTC Viking. Say hi, everyone.
What's up, man?
So yeah,
Viking.
for late joiners, introduce yourself to the viewers, please. Is your microphone actually set? I don't think his microphone is set up. Where is it?
He's probably setting it up.
So he's probably setting it up. So yeah, let's give him some time. So what do you guys personally think about citadels? Are they actually possible, as in perspective of the solution for like as a reality? What kind of chance do you guys see for that as in happening? Is there a really high chance that the thing that the time travel actually said going to happen, or what do you guys think?
So, you want to go Coinakers? Go ahead.
I'll just go quick. I was gonna say I think that I think that citadels are possible, but I don't think that they are going to resemble what we imagine them as today. I know that we picture everything kind of like this closed-in ecosystem, but I'm not 100% sure that that's what's going to happen. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what this evolves into. But I think that as humans, we're terrible predictors of the future. So we'll have to see how it actually all plays out, because there's a whole bunch of different people all over the world that believe in all the same things. And, obviously they're not all going to end up living in the same citadel. So I think that there's going to be like massive cooperation, and there may be like, who knows, maybe communal type of citadels where all people from different citadels end up meeting and, doing, business or whatever it is. Might be interesting. And it might also be all virtual reality at that point.
Yeah, so I'll try kind of chime in here because before I went full time crypto in 2016, I was actually I worked in commercial real estate, right? In commercial real estate, it's defined as any if you're selling any more than 5 residential properties at a time, right? So, I sold residential properties. I also sold commercial properties, and I manage properties, right? I think that the concept of a citadel is it's like communism. It's beautiful on paper. It sounds amazing, right? But in actual practicality, right, in terms of establishing a place, buying the land, having it self-sufficient, having whatever, I think it's way more complicated than people perceive it to be, and I think that we already kind of have forms of citadels right now, which are just you have good neighborhoods and you have bad neighborhoods. You have really nice buildings, you have, bad buildings, right? So, unless it's like a communal type thing, but then if you look at history, like, historically, communes eventually they all degenerate in a way. So, again, just to kind of add to like what Coinbase was saying, like we have no idea what could happen in the future, but like from my experience, I just think that it's a beautiful idea, but in practicality, man, like I don't know how that's gonna be pulled off. We're gonna have to have a genius. Satoshi's gonna have to come back and tell us what's up.
Yeah, I think what the point is, there might be countries where you absolutely need something like that, and there are countries where you don't need something like that at all. For instance, imagine Switzerland. I mean, I could perfectly live on this like anywhere, and I would feel completely safe. But there are other countries where this might be absolutely necessary for the survival of a Bitcoiner to live in a like gated community. I would not call it a citadel. That is something that I see, and also, of course, the citadels would also just be a temporary thing, because the more we progress along to I, I find that word funny, but hyper Bitcoinization, then the less it will be necessary. But of course, at a certain point in time and at a certain places, it will be absolutely necessary for some people to take extreme precautions and to live and ensure their safety with extreme measures somehow.
Yep, but that already like that already happens, right? Like if you look at Brazil, Venezuela, right?
Yeah.
Like in Venezuela, like if you're wealthy, dude, you understand the type of security you have in your building. It's like a 12-foot wall with electrified barbed wired fence at the top, right?
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
that type of like commute, like separation, because you have wealth and there's people that don't have wealth, that already kind of exists, right? So it's like I think it would just be a continuation of something already existing.
Yeah, and I think something that I like to point out a lot is if you have a Bitcoin-friendly legislation in any country, then you would be attracting Bitcoiners to this country. The wealth in the country would increase. The Bitcoiners would gain attraction and influence in the country. The laws would keep changing in favor of Bitcoin, and at a certain point, the country itself becomes basically a citadel. So I think that's something we are really heading towards. Obviously, we are not talking about the United States here, because for them a lot is at stake, because they are currently able to print the world reserve currency. But that is going to change, and we will see that happening. For instance, probably in Malta or in small or like countries like Monaco. Yeah.
So like what you're suggesting is like a neighborhood in Monaco or Malta that is exclusively Bitcoiners type of thing.
I think this is a gradual thing. Like you attract more and more Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners will become ministers, or I don't know, for a president in a small country. You have a Bitcoin-friendly legislation, and then you will see a gradual shift towards more and more Bitcoin-friendly legislation. And at a certain point, you say, okay, if you are a Bitcoiner, then just move your ass to, I don't know, Malta or Portugal or Liechtenstein or whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I definitely I agree with that for sure.
I mean, I see it all like very similar to what you guys are all saying. We'll definitely have like private communities that like or like gated communities where there's a lot of Bitcoiners there, because like the difference between like a Bitcoin citadel versus like a hippie commune is that in the future, Bitcoiners will have the capital. So we won't be running out of money per se. We'll be able to, I guess, have like a closed circuit economy within the Citadel, but we're also going to have to trade within other Citadels. But like, that's just like my sci-fi, Citadel future outlook, where we have those memes of like what a future sci-fi Citadel would look like. But I also kind of have this idea of like, Bitcoiners are decentralized, just like, the network is. And so I feel like we'll have Bitcoiners just kind of being leaders in their local communities and try to change our local communities from the inside out. And so, like, I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence of whether Citadels are a good idea, because we don't want to be shut in and hermits and just like have a Citadel and then everyone else around us be like fucking living in extreme poverty. So like, I see both views, where I think we may have Citadels like in a sci-fi, maybe dystopian view, but then I also just see Bitcoiners being as leaders. And so maybe we'll have Bitcoiners infiltrate local governments and then, start rearranging policy. And then over time, as hyper Bitcoinization takes over, we'll just kind of start morphing local laws into more pleb friendly areas. But I don't know, I'm just spitballing.
Can I chime in real quick? I agree that it's possible, completely possible. It's even probably going to happen this way, that plebs take over local governments when hyper-Bitcoinization happens and start making, basically they lobby the government and start making legislation, Bitcoin-friendly legislation. That's basically the distinction of economical citadel, where people move to an offshore paradise so that they can save uh, themselves their Bitcoin from taxes from, let's say, their original government. And that offshore paradise is incentivized to offer 0% taxes and on Bitcoin and Bitcoin wealth, because those Bitcoiners will be boosting their economy. So what happens then is that these Bitcoiners basically boost the economy of the country, and they have a really big amount of power onto these countries, because if the Bitcoiners go away, the country is gonna basically fall.
That's already a thing, Jackie. With
Yeah.
Monaco and Portugal. Like,
Yeah,
Portugal
but
has
it's
no
gonna
capital
happen.
gains.
Yeah,
But
it's
I'm
gonna
screwed.
happen.
I'm
It's gonna
screwed as an
happen.
American. I still have to pay capital gains no matter where I go. Like, unless I give up my American citizenship. Which
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
not
if I'm willing to do.
and not to forget the exit tax.
Yeah, exactly. And they tax you, like for the for the luxury of leaving America. Like, give me my money.
Oh shit! I should see for Italy. I should check out for Italy because I don't want to pay that.
Yeah. So I'm like, I guess you could say I'm lucky, but I have 3 citizenships. Like, I have a Spanish citizenship, I have a Venezuelan citizenship, I have an American citizenship. And Spain and Venezuela, you don't pay taxes at all. But in Spain, you're supposed to pay taxes. But if you work there, but if you don't work there, you don't have to pay taxes. America is the only country in the entire planet that no matter where you live and you're making money off in that country, you still have to pay taxes to the American government. It's crazy.
Actually, Shinobi's going to jump in real quick, but they can only tax you for the difference between that country's tax rate and America's if it's lower in that country. They can't double tax you if you're paying more.
No, I never claimed the double tax, but I'm saying, like,
Unless
dude,
there's double taxation treaty, isn't it?
that's pretty crazy, dude. Like, think about that. That's pretty fucking. That's pretty insane, bro. Like, it's like,
yeah,
hey,
you're their cattle.
It's crazy. It's absurd. I think it's very elitist of America.
They just don't want their cattle going off and doing productive things without getting their cut, dude. They own you. They're entitled to a % of everything you produce in your life.
You know what? I take back everything that I said about citadels. Let's build a space station.
I'm down for that. Because remember, we're no hippie commie fucks. We are fucking Bitcoiners with a shit ton of money. So, I mean, if you say communes are gonna degrade, I don't think so.
I said historically they tend to do, but I don't know,
mean,
man.
the only,
Just
the only
history doesn't always represent the future, right?
yeah, that's true. The only thing bad could happen is that I nuke you, but I mean,
Dude,
that's the risk you gotta take.
Jackie, if I see you coming to me with an umbrella, I'm gonna hit you, bro.
On a sunny day.
A
Exactly.
sunny day, I just see Jackie with an umbrella, like Nico, Nico.
Yo, oi, mate, what's up? Oh god damn it.
He just pokes me and runs away.
Oh boy.
Have you guys ever heard about Bitpiggies?
They're fucking awesome. They're sick.
Shout out to
You're talking-
Fartface 2K.
You're talking about
Fartface2k at bitpiggies.com.
Wait,
Go and
I
check
don't
it out, guys. It's really cute, those little piggies.
They are. They're awesome. Cool.
Actually, Fartface's daughter is actually running a monthly subscription for like a book crate that also contains tea or coffee. It's called as healthybookcrate.com. It's quite interesting. You can it actually supports women. It's like women writers, and everyone is a different book and a different flavor that goes with the book.
Yeah, shout out to Fartface, man. Met him last weekend at BitBlock Boom, and he's a fucking real cool dude, man.
He
Yeah.
is. He's a funny guy. That's for sure.
All right, I think we reached the end of this podcast. I don't know if the audience have any questions to us. If not, we will be holding a longer 20 minutes break because I somehow need to pull Francis on this place because he's still MIA.
Oh, that's right. He's up next.
Big Dragons and Unicorn, what is this? Where is the question? Oh, let me check. Which is the URL for what? Oh, if you want to know, actually, this one is Sans Ledger. They run a really interesting ledger for children who wants to learn how to save money. You guys have you guys seen Sans Ledger actually? Or you're just now hearing it here first in your life?
No, I've never heard of it.
Me neither.
Okay, well, I will be posting the link later, so you guys can check it out later. It's pretty cool. How about Shemery? Have you guys seen that or not?
Yeah, I got a deck last weekend. I haven't opened it up.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it looks cool. I'll try to play around with it.
Okay, I think we're going to take a break here now. I'm gonna somehow find where the hell is Francis. And then we gotta get started with his part of the presentation in 19 minutes. So this is a bit longer break because I think we deserve a 90-minute break. So everybody hang in there. We coming back in 18 minutes. So that was the Bitcoin Rehab podcast for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it and will be tuning in for more. You can check out Bitcoin Rehab at Bitcoin Rehab on Twitter. Just feel free to follow. More things will come, more interesting stuff, so you guys can check out. And don't forget to take the orange pill every day. Signing off. So now we are going. Welcome back. Now, Francis Pouliot is coming. I hope I spelled your name right. Do you spell it as
did
Pouliot or Poulier?
Pouliot.
Pouliot. Okay,
Exactly
all
like
right.
you said it.
Okay. So you're gonna be presenting the remnant and the sludge.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's yours now.
All right, sounds good. Well, I'm going to start the presentation. First of all, so I'm going to be alternating with the camera, so I'm going to share my screen. The first part of my presentation is going to be about, sorry about that. My screen. Okay, sorry about that. Technical issue. Screen sharing no longer working. All right, I got it. Yes, I got it. Sorry about that, guys and girls. There we go. Okay.
Technical difficulty solved.
Yes, technical difficulties solved, and then present. This thing. Okay. All right, part one, journalism as prescriptive, and I want to use this as a kind of like a tone setter for the rest of the presentation. So, very strong Bitcoin maximum 2016. The idea of this not really entered my mind. I didn't really think about it. Not really. But shit. Yeah. Think differently. Let's try this. How does this sound? This is much better. Okay, cool. All right, so sorry about that, guys. Let's start over. So Bitcoin maximalism as prescriptive. So I mean, this is the Pleb Security forum. I recognize obviously a bunch of the other people talking, and I'm sure the people watching. A lot of us are self-described Bitcoin maximalists. I guess before like 2016, I didn't really think about the altcoins. I didn't like Ethereum, and I really had a strong aversion for all these other things. But I think it kind of like came into a full coherent movement, late 2016, 2017. But at some point, everybody was talking about it being, it's descriptive, not prescriptive. We're not trying to stop the other altcoins, which are saying that Bitcoin is going to be the one that inevitably wins because of X and Y and Z arguments. And I was kind of like in that school of thought until we became toxic maximalists, right? And that was starting more like 2019, and that's when I think Bitcoin maximalism changed from being descriptive to prescriptive. I think that's what the kind of toxic element means, which is that not only is Bitcoin inevitably going to become the global reserve and ultimate dominating currency, there can only be one. Because of the strength of the Schelling point and all of these Austrian economic theories, like, for example, the regression theorem by Mises. It's also a good thing that we should actively push for Bitcoin to be the only one. Like when there are multiple coexisting, co-competing currencies, that is a net bad for whole society. And that realization came to me, I don't know, maybe like 2.5 years ago. I was thinking about all of the Ponzi schemes and pyramid schemes, and it was probably like 2018, mid 2018, and just thinking about how come there were so many pyramid and Ponzi schemes, the whole economy basically being just an endless suite of pyramid and Ponzi schemes, and then thinking to myself, well, about the Mises regression theorem, why is Bitcoin not a Ponzi scheme? Like, why is Bitcoin not a pyramid scheme? I mean, isn't it the same exact concept where you buy it early and then you sell it in the future onto someone else? Isn't that exactly how all the other things are going? So what makes Bitcoin not a Ponzi and everything else a fucking crazy, stupid scam? Legitimate question to ask, like, why is the Bitcoin number go up technology not a scam? And then my background is as a foreign currency trader, one might say, because I sell Bitcoin and I buy Bitcoin for cash and Canadian dollars. So I trade currencies. And there's one thing that I know for sure, is that a currency exchange trade is a zero-sum game. There is a winner and a loser. No one can argue with me. I will not even engage in a debate with someone that says, well, no, there's always someone that wins in a trade because he's hedging or whatever. Because no, there is for sure someone who wins or loses. You buy Canadian dollar for Bitcoin. So you buy Bitcoin with Canadian dollar. Whoever sold you the Bitcoin, if the price of Bitcoin goes up, lost. That's just the other person won, vice versa, okay? And if you add in the currency exchanger fee, you have a net loss on that trade. So not only is it not a win-win trade, it's a net loss. So it is inherently destructive. It's a destructive act. And the function of money is not to be meant to be used as a currency trading system to make money off of, to have rent seeking off of forever. There would be a natural monopoly over money. Money is a natural monopoly. However, this fiat currency regime, where you create money out of thin air, prevents the monopoly from happening. And we already know what is the evolutionary outcome of multiple currencies competing. It is sound money, right? It is gold and Bitcoin now that it is far superior than gold. We don't need to experiment with all the other altcoins to try to figure out, oh, is one of them maybe going to be some like the money of the future? Like, no, like we already know it is Bitcoin. That's it. Like the debate solved, and any other attempt at creating money now is just an attempt at creating these destructive commercial transactions. So I believe that something that's destructive inherently is just evil. It's just straight up evil. And in order for that to exist sustainably over a long period of time, you need to like lie and defraud people, basically, right? And manipulate and always like have this predatory attitude. So Bitcoin maximalism is not just, and the whole idea is that for money to be ethical, there must be only one, because money needs to be used as a medium of exchange, as a store of value, as a unit of account between people that have win-win transactions. Someone buys a chair, it's a good transaction. Like Bitcoin is a perfect money for a good, honest transaction like that, when the person values the chair and the guy wants to sell that price and everybody's win-win happy. Like that's what leads to a good, happy, prosperous society. But the existence of these net loss, negative trades in the economy is a massive disturbance, which we must expel. So obviously, if you look at my screen, you'll see Jesus casting out the money changers from the temple, because I think a source of all of the, not all, but source of most of the problems that exist is the money changers. And the money issuers are, you can't separate them from the money changers. Both are part of the same exact, apparatus, the central bank cartel and financial cartel and government that houses them, from the temple, the people's temple, right? So that kind of sets you off that I think there is such a thing as right and wrong and evil and right. And that if something is right, you have to do something about it, and not just a question of, let's just see the market play out, like you're part of the market. So the next part of the presentation, sorry, I'm gonna go see here. All right, so I'm gonna probably take off my screen share because I'm gonna read a part of the passage of Isaiah's job. So my talk is entitled, the remnant and the sludge and the remnant. I think the concept of remnant is pretty generally well known, but I don't think people have thought about it as much as I have, generally speaking, and about what it means for Bitcoin, what it means for the future of civilization, what it means for people individually in their own lives, like what it means from a biblical standpoint, and just from a historical standpoint. Just the concept of remnant, I think, is just fascinating and resonates with Bitcoiners a lot. A lot of the times that I've shared this concept, and specifically the text Isaiah's Job by Albert J. Nock, people are like mind blown. A lot of what they intuitively knew or felt kind of, I guess, put well into words. And I think it resonates a lot with the kind of quote unquote pleb concept in Bitcoin. So I'm gonna stop my screen share for a second. How do I do that? And switch over to.
When you're going to Jitsi and then there.
Right. Yep. Sorry about that. All right. Or. Is this not working? Are you guys seeing me or?
Local, you need to enable your camera back.
All right.
Local, we see you.
Cool. Awesome. All right. So I'm going to read a few passage of, okay, so in order to understand the concept of the remnant, which is part of the goal of this presentation, you have to read this, basically this article, which is called Isaiah's Job by Albert J. Nock. But I want to read a passage of this article because I think it's specifically well written, and it's definitely relevant. It was written, I believe, in the early 30s or late 1920s, and still very relevant today. So the context of this article is a person is describing to a friend in this article this biblical story of Isaiah and the kind of concept of a prophet in the Bible, and the job of being the prophet and of talking to the masses, talking to the people about ideas and what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. And he's and this is the context for this article. And here's the first quote. Okay, so the Lord commissioned the prophet to go out and warn the people of the wrath to come. Tell them what a worthless lot they are, he said. Tell them what is wrong and why, and what is going to happen unless they have a change of heart and straighten up. Don't miss matters. Make it clear that they are positively down to their last chance. Give it to them good and strong, and keep on giving it to them. I suppose perhaps I have to tell you, he added, that it won't do any good. The official class and their intelligentsia will turn up their noses at you, and the masses will not even listen. They will all keep on their own way until they carry everything down to destruction, and you will probably be lucky if you get out of it with your life. So this first segment, I think, is very relevant to basically the kind of pleb subculture of Bitcoin. If I can, be a little in sociology right now, where the idea is, sure, you can try to go for mass adoption, but ultimately, there's no way you can get people to understand this thing. Everybody's just gonna, if you talk about our actual beliefs, the masses, the common person will just not be into that at all. So the next quote is, so here you have Albert J. Nock, the author, kind of like, joking. But the next quote is, Isaiah had been very willing to take on the job. In fact, he had asked for it, but the prospect put a new face on the situation. It raised the obvious question, why, if all that were so, if the enterprise were to be a failure from the start, why is there any sense in starting it? Basically, in speaking, right? In talking to the masses. And the Lord said, You do not get the point. There is a remnant there that you know nothing about. They are obscure, unorganized, inarticulate, each one rubbing along as best that he can. They need to be encouraged and braced up, because when everything has gone completely to the dogs, they're the ones who will come back and build up a new society. And meanwhile, your preaching will reassure them and keep them hanging on. Your job is to take care of the remnant, so be off now and set about it. So obviously in this passage, God is telling Isaiah, well, you know, yeah, the mass person is not going to listen to you, but that's not your demographic. Your demographic is a very small amount of people. So then the definition of a mass man, okay, quote, "The mass man is one who has neither the force of intellect to apprehend the principles issuing in what we know as the humane life, nor the force of character to adhere to those principles steadily and strictly as laws of conduct. And because such people make up the great and overwhelming majority, the masses of mankind, they're called the masses. The line of differentiation between the masses and the remnant is set by quality, not by circumstance. The remnant are those who by force of intellect are able to apprehend those principles, and by force of character are able, at least measurably, to cleave to them. The masses are those who are unable to do either." So here, the kind of moral of the story where we're going here is that there's just a bunch of people in society that are just useless, right? If you imagine a bell curve, as we'll see there's just like that kind of like slumbering average person. So, you know, Isaiah preaches to the masses in the sense that he preaches publicly. So just so that's why, for example, a good example of what we're doing today as an analogy is Twitter, right? So with Twitter, we're preaching publicly, but not to the general public. We're specifically aiming our message to a few other people. You know, it's the fucking big circle jerk we have going on there, which I love, right? I blocked a lot of people and I follow a lot of the plebs specifically because I very much enjoy the public, just huge circle jerk that we're having, which I love. The echo chamber would be a more polite way to say it. But when you do that, the prophet knows that they're listening, right? And you make no specific appeal to anyone, and you don't accommodate your message you don't compromise on the message, right? And you don't care if people like the message or not. So as soon as you remove the obsession of people giving you good feedback and you answer only to the truth and what you think is true, then that is how you get the remnant on your side. So for example, in the Bible, they say that there's about 7,000 remnant out of 1 million, right? So the kind of biblical analysis is that there's like between 0.3 and 0.7 or 1% of the population, which counts as the quote remnant. So in the article, Albert J. Nock says, I think that in any given society, the remnant are always so largely an unknown quantity. You do not know, and you will never know more than 2 things about the remnant. You can be sure of those, dead sure, but you will never be able to make even a respectable guess at anything else. You do not know and will never know who the remnant are, nor what they are doing or will do. 2 things you know and do and no more. First, that they exist, and second, that they will find you. So the idea here is you preach publicly, and then you have this uncompromising stance in your own beliefs, and you don't engage in a debate where you meet in the middle. You don't split the difference, and then people will see this and come to you because of that, right? So, and the mass man, you don't care about him coming to you because he's not useful for anything, right? There's no like point even of him, like he's not worth your time. And one of my favorite, I think, quotes of Satoshi is that one quote where he says, "Well, listen, if you don't get it, I think if you don't understand me or if you don't get it, I don't have time for you." I'm not sure, I'm not sure of the exact quote, but it's basically, I don't have time for you if you don't get it. I'm looking for people who get it now and move on. This is not a debate. So, the idea of the prophet and the remnant is, I think we're all, the plebs in Bitcoin, we're all, prophets in our own way. I mean, if you do like quick math, I was doing like quick math, imagining that, okay, so that the remnant are like 0.7% of the population, like that's 50 million people. I think that a lot of us, what we're doing is we're kind of like doing both. We're the remnant, obviously. I think that's pretty clear in my analogies. But we're also, a lot of us, just the prophets, because we basically speak to each other on Twitter, but really we're kind of like launching these things into the void, and people are just kind of like listening to them, tuning in and watching them and changing their mind based off of that. And they're not all changing their mind, but they're mostly, I would say, being reassured that their beliefs are not abnormal. In real life, there's a lot of things that you cannot talk about. And when you have these anonymous discussions on Twitter, these anonymous declarations on Twitter, and you are lurking and you see that, and you see a bunch of other people agreeing, and you're like, okay, well, these people make sense to me. I'm not crazy. My beliefs are completely normal. And maybe I should, trust myself and my instincts, right? A lot of people are right inherently, and they're made to feel wrong all the time. So that's the part about the remnant of my presentation. And I'm gonna move on. Again, I'm gonna share my screen. All right. I'm going to assume that you guys can see me. Yeah, so this was essentially the pleb concept in Bitcoin. I think so part of my presentation is just to kind of make a parallel. I find the whole idea of the anonymous community of people that have like strong beliefs held very strongly, that are extremely intolerant to bullshit. So Viam Veritatis Eligi means that you're choosing the path of truth. Always want to seek out truth and correct untruths. And the fuck you attitude, which at this point is kind of symbolic of an attitude which is, listen, like there's no debate that can be had on some things. Some people are fucking nuts and stupid. Some people just aren't, right? Some people are just wrong and some people are just right. And there is no time to engage in debate with a lot of these people. It's just a waste of time, because it is 10 times or 20 times and 100 times more difficult to refute bullshit than to spew bullshit. And when you're fighting institutionalized bullshit, you're always going to lose, right? So where are we, and what is the historical context of Bitcoin? So, I mean, when I think about the future, when I think about like where society is heading, where Bitcoin is heading, this whole situation with the obvious like elephant in the room, which is like dictatorships and tyrannies all over the place, and Orwellian surveillance states, arresting people, kicking down doors for non-conforming to these sanitary measures. But obviously, like this has been going on for a really long time. It's just like getting just crazier and crazier. But you talk about hyper Bitcoinization, and you talk about speculative attacks and how that's going to look. And when I'm planning like the next 5 years, I'm just thinking about this chart right here, right? I'm just thinking about fuck. So when is this step in the Bitcoin price going to happen so that I can time myself in dealing with the insanely crazy world that's happening? So looking at the history of Bitcoin, you have P0, right, in my chart, which is the prototype. And on the left of this chart, you have like just an arbitrary measure, right, which is just a percentage, an arbitrary percentage, which would say percentage of the economy, which is in Bitcoin, right? So let's just say the market share of money to make it like more simple. So you have the prototype phase, which is Satoshi's like 2008 to 2011 maybe. Bootstrap, it would be like 2011, 2012 to now. Hyper-Bitcoinization is going to be the first time where you have massive speculative attacks on Bitcoin, where the price of Bitcoin just fucking goes like nuclear, parabolic, like, you know, who knows what that means the first time. 10 grand a day, 20 grand a day, 100 grand a day, it just explodes. That is timed with, you could say that is just the economic collapse, right? So that, you know, the moment that all the preppers are waiting for hyper-Bitcoinization is not pretty. And then fallout, who knows when that is? My kind of gut instinct is Bitcoin has another huge bubble ahead of him. And then probably after that, like 3 years later, it just explodes, right? So I don't know, maybe 10 years or something like that. Who knows, maybe I would say 7 to 12 years. After this hyper-Bitcoinization event, you have, I mean, it's not going to be like, oh, well, we're in the post-hyper-Bitcoinization world now. It's just going to be a weird flux that I call fallout, right? It's just economic collapse, shit's like crazy all over the place. Everything's kind of, the economy stopped working. Currencies have devalued themselves insanely, whatever you can imagine. And people that have Bitcoin at that time are not going to be able to spend them. There's no, like when fiat currencies just collapse, like what are you going to sell Bitcoin for? You don't sell Bitcoin for like other money. There's nothing to cash out for. So you just like, I don't know, spend it. I guess you hire people and you do stuff with it. So you have a bunch of people that have Bitcoin and a bunch of people that don't have Bitcoin, a bunch of people that are kind of fucked economically, socially, maybe politically, and a bunch of people that are not. So that's kind of like the context for where I think we're heading. And then, you know, slowly over time, through a long period of time, well, you know, the money just circulates in the economy and then thing gradually gets better. So kind of like the threat model for Bitcoin, there's many threat models. I'm not saying there's one threat model at all. I'm just saying like there's many threat models to Bitcoin. There's like state attacks, there's people robbing you, there's, you know, a bunch of, there's like your personal identity on social media and protecting your identity. There's an interesting one, which is just civilizational collapse, right? So no matter what you do, civilization is just straight up fucking collapsing right now. And it will take, who knows, like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. I don't think more than that for sure, probably much less. But kind of like our way of life is collapsing. You look at the way that the enforcement of the masks and this new kind of dehumanizing bunch of restrictions on the economy and civil liberties are being enforced. And it's basically people spontaneously, like the minority of people who are very afraid are just spontaneously pushing for that all over the place. And everyone is like micro enforcing that. A very small minority of people can enforce that to a large group. It only takes like one like hysteric Karen in like one supermarket to just like start to yell at someone who doesn't have a mask to like get everyone into compliance, right? There's this idea, Black Lives Matters, that this whole movement, every kind of social unrest you can think of, people are trying to push for civil war all over the place. There is definitely, I think, a sentiment where you don't have to be necessarily only worried of the government, just police kicking down your door. And that's kind of like where I was having an issue with libertarianism as a general philosophy, which is, okay, so imagine that, you know, you believe fully in the non-aggression principle, right? You can, unless like someone is physically forcing you out without consent, using the threat of violence, it's okay. But you know what happens if there's just this culture of snitching and fear, which just prevents a lot of people from having a normal life, not necessarily enforced directly by the government, but just this culture of decentralized, state-sanctioned, kind of like microaggression. And I hate to be using the social justice warrior kind of like lingo, but you know, there's definitely this scare, I think, of a culture which restricts freedom, which likes the restriction of freedom, this collectivist mindset where people are more than happy to stomp on the individualists, and you're signaling that you're collectivists, and you can't count on the state to protect you, and the state, they might not even send like the helicopters to your compound. It's going to be a bunch of your neighbors or a bunch of people in your city. And people, they say Bitcoin is inevitable, and I agree. So if you look at this chart again, like Bitcoin is inevitable, right? It is going to happen. This event is going to happen. On the right, you have this awesome Stone Toss cartoon, but there's just this bubble that pops out of nowhere while the world is burning, and like that just doesn't happen like by itself. Like Bitcoin does not do that. Bitcoin does not help you move your pickup truck when it's stuck in the mud, right? And yes, Bitcoin is theoretically inevitable, but okay, so this is the Bank of International Settlement on this photo. And to think that there are not very strong forces actively going, whose interest is actively misaligned with the existence of Bitcoin, right? So it's not that there's a conspiracy of Bank of International Settlement bankers out there to destroy Bitcoin, although probably will happen. It's just that there is a wide kind of spontaneous, as we'll see later, like this kind of like everybody has this instinctive reaction that it's going to destroy their system, right? So the Bank of International Settlement, governments, financial institutions, large rent-seeking banks, the public sector bureaucracy, obviously, a large amount of people, for them, the existence of Bitcoin is a direct threat. And they just don't know yet. Some of them do, but yes, they are threats to Bitcoin, but mostly they're just gonna want to prevent this system from collapsing. So there's a lot of threats, a lot of incentives stacked against Bitcoin. So one of the things here, they cannot take your Bitcoin. So I think that's the best thing about Bitcoin is when talking about your personal security or your plan is that if you own your own node, run your own node, if you own your own keys, and if you're smart with personal security, they just can't take your Bitcoin. Like, no one can take my Bitcoins right now. Like, no one can take my Bitcoins unless I consent, right? So that's just the premise. The markets can stay rational longer than you can stay alive, right? So a lot of people, they say, they've been telling me, for example, because I'm kind of like really pissed off about the masks and the lockdowns, which I see as fascism. They're like, oh, well, we should focus on Bitcoin and build on Bitcoin stuff and kind of lay low. And then, but listen, hyper Bitcoinization might be long years away, like a long, long time away. And there might be, in that meantime, straight up fucking fascism in your life, right? And this massive oppression. So, sorry. I'm just gonna grab a glass of water for a second, guys. Yeah, so think about definitely not sitting on our laurels and say, okay, so Bitcoin is inevitable. Bitcoin is anti-fragile, people are not. So that's kind of I guess, a principle which includes like personal health and fitness and personal surroundings and where you live and what kind of place you're living in, and kind of making sure that you are yourself anti-fragile and not just letting you get carried by Bitcoin. Bitcoin can get attacked a lot before anti-fragility kicks in, but not as much as Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not a community. I think maybe the newer people in Bitcoin are starting to maybe see it, I don't know, differently. I don't know exactly how people perceive that, but Bitcoin scales socially, so there's no dollar community. I think the plebs, for example, are a smaller subculture of Bitcoin. It is definitely more of a community, but by community, I think I'm talking more about people that you know in real life. You know their names. You can call them up. You can go to their country if something happens, and they'll come pick you up at the airport. There's this, we'll dissect this a little bit later. But Bitcoin itself is not enough. Bitcoin is a means to an end also. So it's not right. So Bitcoin being a means to an end means that it's not just enough to just have Bitcoin. I mean, you have to think about the post-Bitcoin and why you're doing this. And the Citadel is just a meme. So I'll talk quickly about the Citadel. The Citadel is, what I mean by it's just a meme, is that there's not going to be a Citadel where we just all flock to. That's just not going to happen. I think the Citadel was just a general idea that there needs to be a physical awareness of where you live and living through this period that I described as the fallout, which is that in the future, Bitcoiners are going to need to protect their wealth because people are going to want it because there's none left available on the market. So when I talk about the remnant, am I talking about? You look at, for example, this chart, and Kara, I'm already going to tell you, I'm going to be like 10 minutes over for sure. So letting you know right away. Sorry about that. But
that's all right, I guess.
Okay, look at this chart, and obviously what this means is the tail end of the masses is the remnant. There's a side that's the remnant, and there's the other side of the talk, which is the sludge. So here you have the conformity on top, and then the radical being radical at the bottom. So the remnant are, let's just say, on another ideological scale, and they're the most radical part. And the masses are at the middle, just conforming. So how that relates to society and culture and this kind of like economic transition we're through, and this Bitcoin subcultures more specifically, is that you have two kind of things at play sociologically. You have heroism is built in the human nature and culture, and we don't have any Mount Everest to climb. We don't have any continents to conquer. From a just societal point of view, it's been very dulled. It's been very cucked, and there is this want for meaning, for just straight up heroism, which is why you have things like the climate change movement, the corona pandemic hysteria, also on the other end of the spectrum, which is that people are creating these non-existing threats that they're fighting against, right? Like social justice warriors and all that. So the kind of fatalism of Bitcoin's inevitable and things going to go to shit is met on two sides of the spectrum by remnant who are more like fuck this, and by let's just call it the sludge people, and they are fighting the windmills and inventing imaginary worlds in which they are the heroes. So, I mean, one of the things that I think we'll see sociologically and amongst the Bitcoin community is, on the left, you have the cover of the book Man's Fate, which talks about the communist youth in China in the 1930s, when they were doing the revolt against, or at the 40s, I can't remember, against Chiang Kai-shek. And the idea of self-sacrifice and basically jihad for a cause, I think is going to become much stronger as we go on both sides. So if you've read the Sovereign Individuals, we can see that the return on violence for individual actors is getting much higher. So I think this is one of the things that Bitcoiners should prepare in their OPSEC, right? This kind of shift towards this radicalization of individuals. And I think generally there's a synchronicity that I've been feeling. So what that means is a lot of people all over the world seem to spontaneously, not a lot, I would say a very small amount, seem to spontaneously be thinking the same things as me at the same time. And that, I think, is a sure sign that there is this kind of like sociological, ideological movement, which is kind of like beyond, it's a subset of Bitcoin. And also, there is just a very strong global message, which is that there's something wrong, right? So there's this, whenever you take the red pill, once you take the red pill, what you look around is you look at, okay, so what is this world I've been living in? And a lot of it that I've been hearing from a lot of people refers to this idea of it's just filthy, it's stained, it's contagious. So this is, I guess, the normal distribution of the remnant and the sludge. But the remnant are square, an immovable object, which does not seek expansion, right? Whereas the sludge is a movable object that requires kind of always expansion. So how to define this general concept that is prevalent in a lot of pop culture, a lot of sci-fi, a lot of biblical texts, a lot of cultural texts, this idea of this creeping menace, which is, parasitic, predatory, contaminating, infiltrating, incremental, ratchet. It's an institutional phenomenon, right? Which you can call, as I write above on the top right, the Schelling point of plausible deniability and the Nash equilibrium of vast covering, and the suppression of the emergent order of the universe and the laws of nature. So what that means is that there's no conspiracy behind this concept of sludge that I want to bring forth, of this kind of like generalized shit stain that seems to be infecting everything, right? Everything in society is just creeping all over, and it seems to just be ever growing. And it is not a conspiracy. There's no conspiracy going on. The threat is not some dark actor planning this shit against free individuals and Bitcoiners. It's just when people want to cover their own ass and they want to avoid blame, they do certain things. And that's what drives people more and more. And when they're suppressing the emergent order of the universe and the laws of nature, that means that they are specifically taking us back. They're creating retard barriers to progress. That might be whatever you can see coming from, for example, a Marxist, cultural Marxist, or left-wing, in the terms of Canadian economics agenda right now. Fiat central banking, government agencies, protecting their own interests, narrative framing, fake news. And to understand what we mean by sludge, right? By this kind of idea of the something that corrupts, denatures, that's active, that's driven, that's unethical, that's kind of like tentacle all over the place, is always compromising. You can read about that politically in public choice theory, which is essentially the idea of the intolerant minority. The sludge has an intolerant minority of people that want to impose an agenda above all else, and a very apathic center, which is submissive to whoever is doing the pressure, and the remnants who just want to be left alone, who are not at all, there's no counterpoint. And then there's an inevitable, and I think this happens generationally, right? Every few hundred years, you have a different concept of a different breed of people. It's the cycle of hard times create hard men create good times create weak men create weak times. We are at the phase of weak men creating weak times, and that's where the remnant come in, right? So I think just culturally also, when you're thinking about your security in terms of the context of a civilizational collapse, I think what's interesting to look at is that the Generation Z that we have right now, so people that are whatever between 15 and 25 or something along those lines, they are straight up lost generation because they were too late to be Bitcoin early adopters, and they're just too early to see the rebound of the fiat economy kind of like collapsing. But what is hopeful is Generation Alpha, which is going to grow up in an era of where we're just moving into sound money, and which brings sound ethics and sound culture. So a very interesting kind of rebound where I think in like 10, 15 years, there's going to be maybe 20 years max, there's going to be a massively radical mindset of a different culture, and which is going to basically, one of the points I'm trying to make here is also, I had this discussion about what about taxes and taxation, and we can literally outlive the tax departments. We can outlive the tax departments in 15, 20 years. If Generation Alpha takes over, well, they will take over. They're gonna have as ideological, I guess, framework backbone, much more people like us than the Gen Z and the sludge before them. So one of the concepts of the remnant I think is interesting in terms of this old, right? This is an old painting by Da Vinci with a stoat, which led to a very famous European saying, rather death than the stain. And Da Vinci talked about the stoat and basically the appeal of this idea of refusing to have compromise, refusing to be dishonored, which I think is definitely going to be one of the pillars of the next kind of cultural movement. So, the collapse, I guess most people know already what's going to happen. There's going to be a real estate collapse. The banks are going to collapse. There's going to be something of that nature. There's going to be hyperinflation. There's going to be massive debt. Social programs won't be able to pay. There's going to be more restrictions on liberty. The lockdowns are not going to ease in most Western countries. It's just going to be, the next few years are just going to be a massive shit show, essentially. So I don't think I have to dig into that. Everybody's been saying 2 years for a long time, and I've stopped trying to predict when is this financial/economic collapse going to happen. But I think it's pretty safe to say that within the next 5 to 6 years, I would say, maybe a bit sooner. So how to protect yourself? This is just basically the general first rules, I would say. Acquire Bitcoin at all costs. And when I mean that, I mean really it's time to buy Bitcoin and do this might be the last year for you to, for example, double your stash, right? So if you're not making a ton of money this year, you might be stuck with the same amount of Bitcoin for a really, really long time, right? In the same digit of Bitcoin, for example. Extreme low time preference, I think that's self-explanatory. I think one of the things that I've been focusing on the last 2-3 years is my physical security, my physical fitness. In a country where you've got guns that can be buying and owning guns and maintaining guns. So the online pleb life is awesome, but it's very important to acquire social capital where you live. So always want to be friends with your neighbors before catastrophe happens. OPSEC is super important. I mean, the concept of being a pleb is obviously to have OPSEC. I don't have it because I'm well known, but definitely it's a large part of my time is focused on thinking about OPSEC. Every little thing helps. I think generally the one thing that I have as an advice is don't be the low-hanging fruit. Okay, so what that means is just you don't have to outrun the wolf, just outrun the other guy. Return on aggravation is a really good tip to know how to prioritize. Basically, instead of thinking about your return on investment, think about maintaining your mental energy over the next few years, because in terms of crisis, you want to have clear mental energy. Money is secondary to that. And generally just read The Sovereign Individual and try to foresee a future where the nation state is fractalized and how you're positioned to deal both in terms of taking opportunities and surviving. Again, having as threat model to your stealth, the civilizational collapse. And lastly, one of the things that I think is the Citadel is not a thing, but what you most certainly can do and should be doing is building a tribe. So building a tribe, I have a photo of the Hells Angels here because building a tribe is basically beyond your circle of family friends with certain values, with certain bylaws, with certain kind of mutual assistance principles. That's why also I'm a very big fan of the concept of the Templars historically, or trade association. But I think the biker gangs have a lot of, I guess, flair and aesthetic, so that I use them as an example. But never forget that, again, Bitcoin won't help you physically. If there's a flood around your house, Bitcoin will help you in your real life. So building a tribe in this increasingly fractalized nation-state world should be definite priority for a Bitcoiner to deal with, the fallout, which is going to happen in 6-7 years. That's it. Thanks, Caro, for the extension. I think that's it.
So if anybody have any questions for Francis, feel free to post it. I don't know if you can talk to MVDex to Spacewell if he has the video ready, because then we will reschedule it after Alexandra's speech, so in the free time, or maybe after Shinobi is done. and then we will see the rest. So yeah, if anybody have any questions?
I don't know if Midex is here. I'm not with him.
Okay. So let's see if anybody have any questions on YouTube. If not, then we're going to have a 9-minute break and then continue with Alexandra's presentation of Rebuild.
Cool. Well, thanks, Cameraman.
Thanks a lot, man, for participating. Really enjoyed your presentation.
It's been a lot of fun just brainstorming with you guys. So awesome.
Maybe we can ask the questions on Twitter maybe later.
Well, I mean, I'm always there. So, yes.
Sorry, I was muted. I see that there's one in the
Shinobi's
chat.
asking.
Yeah.
Francis, did you just leave?
No, I'm still here. So the
Okay,
question
so
is, what is your attitude on trying to fracture tribes as they're built? What do you mean by that, Shinobi? Like, who's trying to fracture tribes? Like,
I mean, governments who see people start coordinating to take care of things without them might not take kindly to that.
I mean, evade, I guess is my attitude. Yeah, no, just, yeah, you're right. It's definitely gonna happen. So I think any coordination involves risks between people. That's kind of like the trade-off between OPSEC and social signaling to other people in your surroundings. That, because basically, if you want to build a tribe, you need to tell people, this is what my tribe is about. Like, we believe in simple truths. We believe in, you know, acquiring land, in fucking massive bison ranch is a valuable thing. We believe in, you know, having children and preserving the integrity of their childhoods, and, you know, stuff like that. And you're also saying, like, join us, we're building stuff together. Well, you need to tell that to more than a few people, right? Because you need to have the people come to you and find you. So that's always a risk, man. And like, just, I guess, try to evade it. Like, I think we're pretty good at that. Just use all the techniques that you know. Just don't draw a lot of attention. But at the same time, there's also an argument to be made at some point to be more like the Hells Angels, which is to show that you're not the low-hanging fruit, right? You're not like the middle of the distribution that is just gonna, you know, have no principle and that can be very easily squeezed. So there's these two things to consider.
All right. So we got 5 minutes of prep. I think Alexandra is already here, and you're gonna be soon ready for the next presentation. So thanks a lot, Francis.
Thanks, guys.
You can stay around, hang around, or you can do whatever. Okay, I will mute for 5 minutes.
So do you need me to share my screen? I can.
You can share it, and then we will do the rest. So yeah, we're continuing with Alexandra's presentation called Rebuild, and the show's yours.
Cool. Just sharing my screen. Let me know when you can see it. Ah, okay. Weird. Let me try one more time. No. I'm using Linux. Should. How about now?
It's working.
Good. All right, let me put this in presentation mode. Okay. So I wanted to kind of build on, so there's a piece that I wrote that was published in Citadel 21, Volume 3, and it's called Phoenix. And it's basically it's kind of a rally cry with like what's going on with everything in the world and how it's all broken. And, it can be kind of depressing if you think of it that way. So like, it's important to call these things out though. So if something's broken, you can't just like paper over it like we've seen for years and just, oh, everything will be fine and think positive and all that kind of stuff. Because in the end, that ends up being, that does nobody any good. So we know that there's a broken system. We know that there have been some attempts to fix some things, but really when you're starting at ground zero, it's important to keep some principles in mind. So I wanted to call this Rebuild. It's going to be a little bit more optimistic than the other piece. So let's go. So Bitcoin might be small and young in relative terms, but it's one giant fuck you to the command and control model. And I think that that's something that we haven't seen in a really long time. So Satoshi, when he created Bitcoin, or he or she or they or whatever you want to say, really started something incredible. And it kind of went under the radar for a number of years, which I think really helped it in the long run. You've got the sense of Bitcoin's immaculate conception. And really, I think that happened. I also think that's the reason why Bitcoin is the only currency that will be, potential reserve currency out of all of the other shit coins in the future. I want to make sure everyone can still hear me. Okay, cool. Good. All right. So if there's a system now, why should I care? Why should I care about Bitcoin? Why should I care about making a better world? Why should I not just, wall myself into my echo chamber and hang out with my friends and just take the government paychecks that I'm getting? And, why should I make an effort? I think for the first time, if Satoshi taught us anything, is that the individual now stands a chance against the unrelenting wheel of power and corruption. And this is really the first time I think that we've seen this in probably generations. So there are a lot of people that will come down against Bitcoin negatively. It's just it's some magical internet money. But it's really so much more than that. Really, it gives us a chance. So what can you do? One of the principles when starting from scratch that I like to do, and I'm building this out, I don't know what it's going to look like, but it's been a principle of mine for a long time. And since I was a kid, I've actually done this. So I've always taken away things until I get to the absolute core of something. So strip away all that's unnecessary, all the layers, all the cruft, all your bad habits, things that don't resonate anymore, and everything that isn't absolutely fulfilling or useful. And you can do this on multiple fronts, whether it's things you do, your habits, friends you hang out with, work, whatever it is. Just if there's something that if you've got a group of friends, you're like, I kind of like them, but you find that you're complaining about them more than not, find new friends. And same with work. If you're like, I'm just going there and it's, a decent paycheck, but God, I hate it. Start taking the steps that will get you to the place where things really resonate. And one of the concepts you can do if you don't really know where to begin is just start with a blank slate or an empty room. And you can literally do this as like a principle of organizing. Just take everything out so that you've got nothing and bring things back one by one and see, is this something that will put me on a better path? Is it something that I love? Is it something that I have really strong connection to, or is it something that's just kind of there? So it's really it's a going back to your core values. And if you're not sure where those are, it's finding those. So once you've done that, there are some things, and you don't need to do these all in steps. These are all things that, all principles that have helped me. There's this thing called 40 Days of Mental Toughness. And I forget where I've heard this. It came out a couple of years ago, I believe. But basically, you pick one thing and you do it every day for 40 days. So this could be something as simple as, going for a walk. You're going to walk for 5 miles. So rain or shine, you're going for a walk. And if you miss one day, if you're like not feeling well, you have to start again at 1. And the idea is that, it's not about beating yourself up. It's not about having an unachievable goal. It's really just developing that muscle, that stick-to-itiveness, if you will, and willpower. And it's just, if you can do one thing for 40 days without fail, no matter how hard it is, then you've got a good chance of building on that. So that's one thing I highly encourage people to do. So a few more principles. And again, if you're starting at 0, if you're coming from a world that's broken and you're like, well, okay, where do I start? Because all of the, things that I grew up with and all of the things that, are supposed to be good apparently aren't now. So what do I do? You need to focus on a few things. Well, you don't need to, but I find that these things have helped me. So try to only do really high impact things. And by that, you can do something as simple as making a list. And say you've got a list of like 100 different items. Find the top 3 or the top 5 that, if I could do just this one thing, that will really level you up to the next level. You also want to find and be true to your voice. This can be difficult. Yeah, it can be difficult if you're used to being in a job that you don't really care about, or if you're just kind of going by mindlessly, and you don't really have that true passion. Some people are born with it. Some people know exactly what they wanted to do day one. Some people need to find that. So once you've done that, make sure that you stick with that, and know that might change over time. Things that resonate at the very beginning might not resonate toward the end, and that's part of the journey, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's important to, I think everyone is kind of born with this innate conscience that, at your core, in your gut, if it's like, this is something that, really speaks to me, or this is just something where I'm just kind of there. So focus on the things that really speak to you. Another thing that I find really helpful is having a future focus. So think about what it is you want to achieve, where you want to be 10 years from now. And it can be like, have 0 limits on your goals. Like if you want to, like you look at Elon Musk and like what he's done and all of the really far future facing people. And, it's like, well, how is he going to go to Mars? How can he possibly get, people on Mars? Like, how is that even a thing? We've basically been to the moon and back a few times, but that's it. So really think, 10 years forward, what does that look like? What does it feel like? And then once you've really solidified what that vision is, and I'm not a fan of using, it can come across as kind of like management consultant words, but really find that vision, and you'll know, like, close your eyes, think about it, look around, just kind of in your mind, like, the place that you're living, what does that look like? The friends that you have, what are they like? Some of the events that you've been to, where have those been held? Just little things, you can even think about things like the sound of the music that you're listening to, just things that anchor you. And you'd be surprised at what some of those details are, but really, really feel it. And then once you've got that, think, in reverse almost. So, okay, so it's like 2020 now. So in 2030, what does that future you look like? What are you doing? What are you feeling? What are some of the things that you're going to? And then go backward in time. And so in 2029, what did you do in order to be speaking at that event? Or what did you do in order to be, to the new place that you've moved? How did you get there? And then finally, find a place of pure creation. And you hear all sorts of things like, when it comes to setting your goals and achieving your goals. You make lists and you cross things off and you find like high impactful things. And these are all good things to do, but it's also really important to shut off your mind and to let your right brain take over. So whatever that is for you, for some people, it's going out into nature, exercise, meditation, drawing, music. And even if you're not terribly good at it, but it's something that you can just kind of, you notice it whenever you do it, you shut off your mind. Make sure you make time for that, because that's where a lot of the breakthroughs and a lot of the dreams, I guess, will emerge. And like some of these might be like, oh, there's no way I could potentially achieve that. But if it's something that you really feel, follow those thoughts. All right, next, role models. So find role models. And when you're dreaming big, remember that every expert began at step one. And so I've got on the side here Elizabeth Stark, Elon Musk, Donald Trump. And some of these are very polarizing figures, especially in the case of Trump and Elon Musk. Some people love them, some people hate them, and they just keep doing and keep achieving. So remember that no one knows what they're doing at first. There are no experts that are born into the world experts. And also no one's an expert at everything. So people develop skills over time. Maybe they're an expert in one or two or a few fields if they're like a polymath. And also be aware of, or try to stay away from people that call themselves polymaths, because they're usually not. Find role models who truly inspire you. And you want to maybe look at people that are similar or different depending on your goals. So if there's a skill that you want to really develop, like find somebody who's, if you're more introverted, find somebody who's really outgoing and study, what made them, like what makes them that way. Or maybe find somebody that you're like, oh, I really like all the things that they say, or, I like some of their tweets. I like the way that they, they speak at conferences. I like the way that they, the book that they wrote, all of those things. So you'll find different role models. You don't need to think of people like, there's a line of thinking, like think of the people that you'd want to have dinner with or have coffee with. But sometimes you want to, I guess, model people that are vastly different if you're looking to develop a skill. And the most important thing is to find what and who resonates. So if it's something you're like, I kind of like them, but I don't really get all their messages, or, it's something that like, I don't know, it doesn't seem right. That's your intuition and your gut speaking, and it's important to really listen to that. Finally, any kind of leadership principles and training, you have all of these talks on, keeping a vision and, working toward your vision with like utmost focus, and think positive, which is the worst, the very worst thing. That you want to maintain optimism, but you absolutely cannot achieve something just by thinking about it. You've got to actually put things into action. So in order to do that, have a process. And if you don't know what your process is, here's some things that I find have been really helpful for me. Some, you'll want to, again, beginning at absolute zero, that idea of starting with a blank slate. Maybe making a list is not something that's you, and you find it more work than anything, whereas another person that will really anchor them. So find the things that no matter what you do, you can be absolutely having a chaotic day, and think of the things that really center you when it comes to your process. So one of the things that I like doing, if I do have a list, and I'm not a real big list keeper, but I kind of have a notebook that I keep, and within that I'll write down, thoughts. I'll write down things that I want to do. But sometimes that can be overwhelming. So if you look at a list and you've got like 50 things, you're like, okay, I don't know where to begin. So pick three. Pick three of the things that are the most impactful things that you can do, and set a deadline, and make sure that you get those done within 1 week. And there's a couple of different ways to look at it. You could maybe pick 3 of the things, or, accomplish 10 of the things on that list, but you can keep busy and do busy work, but you're not actually going to move forward. So of that list, you'll find things that that seemed like a good idea at the time, but it's actually not moving me forward. So if you look at whatever it is that you're looking at, and you pick the 3 things that really stand out, that will help a ton. One of the I suggest just doing a quick Google search on it because you'll get some good results. But the Eisenhower box method is something that a lot of organizations use. A lot of this is actually what Eisenhower used apparently to help him win the war and his team win the war and prioritize. So it's a time-honored method for figuring out what's important versus urgent and necessary, or something that you can delegate. And then it's essentially what you do is you start with a box, and you've got impact and you've got urgency. And that's essentially quadrant 1. So things that, like, if you don't pay your, if you don't renew your business license, all of a sudden your business will be not able to operate. So those are like super important, urgent things. But is that something that you necessarily need to do, or is that something that maybe somebody in your operations team can take care of? If that's the case, then that's something you'd want to delegate. It's still important, it's still urgent, but it's not necessarily something that you will need to do, unless you're like sole operator. In that case, then yeah, you want to make sure you do it. Other things would be like business taxes. Again, those are things that are important, but maybe they're not urgent because you know that you can schedule them. So those go in a different box. And then you have things that really move things forward. Like if you're CEO of a company, you want to make sure that you're getting out there, getting your message out there. You want to make sure that you're meeting people and whatever it is that you do. So you want to make sure that you schedule a lot of those things that enable you to do that, versus getting stuck in gate or is not as important as far as time goes. And then the 4th quadrant is what's essentially your don't do list. So I've specifically called that out here. It's essentially a list of things to stop doing. So it's things like self-limiting behaviors, things like trying to think of good examples here. But basically things you're like, oh, I need to stop doing that. Like if you go out drinking with your friends and you find like, okay, I'm not getting anything done, maybe limit that a little bit. Or maybe, stop not believing in yourself, or like stop like the cutting yourself down, like stop those things. So it can be anything like esoteric like that, or it can just be things like, don't, just the things that aren't moving you forward. If you find that you've got a list and you've got 50 items and there's like maybe a handful of things that keep coming up every week, and they never get done, those are really good candidates of things that like just stop doing them. And there's no reason why you need to do those unless somebody is specifically counting on that, or it's something that you've agreed to yourself doing. So as far as process goes, these are some of the things that have really helped me. And maybe 1 or 2 of these things will be helpful and speak to you, and maybe none of these will. But it's really important to find out the things that do make a difference. So things like, do you find that you hate meetings? Well, stop scheduling meetings unless the ones that you absolutely have to have. Or think of things like have walking meetings, or have jam sessions, or things that really make you want to show up. Do more of those things. Almost finished. So one of the most important things as you're rebuilding is to be accountable. This is being accountable to yourself, being accountable to others, and being accountable to what it is that you're here to set out to achieve. So what separates a dream from something awesome that has happened really starts with figuring out a process that works for you, setting goals and achieving these, and then being accountable to what you commit to. This is not just being accountable to your tasks, but being accountable to the people that you've made promises to, which includes yourself, which is really, really important to remember to factor in. So you want to figure out what drives you, and really do only these things. You want to be flexible when necessary, because you're not going to be able to all of a sudden just turn on a switch and completely change direction. Usually there's a phase-in approach that you've got to take. If you're changing careers, you're not just all of a sudden going to be an engineer starting day 1 without going to school. So maybe you'll need to go to school and transition that, or take on a different job and transition into different responsibility. You know, if you want to learn to play in a rock band, you've got to learn how to actually play an instrument. So it's really starting at step one, but having that constant vision of what it is that drives you, and really putting in the time to do those things. Secondly, you want to find your tribe. So seek out and show up for community and fellow builders. And in every community, there's always a few people that are always there. They're the organizers, they're the people that you know, that really make things happen. And sometimes there are people that like really enjoy the detail and are kind of more behind scenes, versus people that are more like the mouthpiece and enjoy talking and like setting up things. But find your tribe and know that there's going to be people that have different skill sets, and you'll know them, kind of like what Francis was talking about in his presentation. You'll know them when you meet them. Third principle is follow your intuition. So at times you're going to get stuck, and this is absolutely inevitable. Success is not a straight line. It's multiple peaks and valleys. Ask anyone who's had any kind of business ever, any entrepreneur. You know, it seems like sometimes there's overnight success, but what you don't see is like the 7 years that it took to build, or however many years. So when this happens, when you get stuck, don't give up. Get into that place of pure creation that I was talking about earlier. So find the things that allow you to shut off your mind. You're going to have a bad day here and there, and just, you know, seek out your friends, go for a run, go work out, you know, go blow off steam. Don't try to think your way out of it. Just absolutely shut off your brain and let your body take over. There's such a powerful kinesthetic sense that your body has, and it's almost like you can think yourself into a box, and your body will, and it will enable you to kind of unlock yourself, so that if you're overthinking something, if you're really stuck on a problem, if you can't see something through, you know, it's kind of the same principle as just sleep on it. Any big decision that I ever make, I make sure that I always sleep on it, because usually there's always a side that I'm not seeing, and just that ability to be reflexive and to think about it really helps a lot. And if I find that in the morning, sometimes I'll be like, nope, I'm really glad I didn't make that decision. Or sometimes I'm like, yeah, I absolutely need to make this decision, and I need to make it now. You'll have that sense of certainty. And same with the sense of kind of being lost. If you're ever in that situation where you're like, oh, I just know what I want to do, just, again, go for a run, and you'll find that little bits of intuition kind of seep in through your right brain. So remember that time is the only constant, and I think as Bitcoiners, we all know this. But what you achieve once you put your mind to it is so much more than what you currently think is possible. So things that seem absolutely unimaginable, you know, 10 years ago, just think of some of the things that you're like, you know, I never knew how I was going to do it, but it's something that I always wanted to do. And think of those things that seem like, that seem maybe far away, or maybe it seems like I don't even know where to begin. If you find the things that really resonate, follow those through. That's a little bit about me. And that's it.
This is a really, really inspiring presentation, to be honest.
Thank you.
So yeah, we are now open for questions. If anybody have any questions for Alexandra, feel free to ask now. Maybe somebody from the room?
Yeah, I would have a question. When did you stumble upon Bitcoin the first time, and have there been several like points where you have been in touch with Bitcoin until it really clicked, or was it a one-shot thing?
It's a good question. So with Bitcoin, I think I found out about it in probably initially 2016, but I just heard the name. There was a meetup space that I was going to that you could donate Bitcoin. And I was like, oh, what's that? I should learn more about it. But I didn't really find out about it too much until 2017. And I watched a documentary, I think it was Banking on Bitcoin. And I kind of didn't really want to see it. I was like, oh, I just want something more that will shut my brain off versus something that's going to make me think. And then I watched it 2 more times in a row because I just, there was something about it that really, it really spoke to me. I grew up in a generation where and I think we kind of all have, where all of the things, all of the systems that, we're supposed to be able to count on just crumbled. And just that ability to see something that worked without requiring authorities to make it work was really interesting and compelling. So with the podcast, I'd started it about 6 months before, and it was more focused on tech. But very quickly, I wanted to start interviewing people in this space, as well as the technology space in general. And I learned a lot more about it. I guess I was interested in, I forget which protocol it was, but for me, it's kind of been like Bitcoin from the start. That's really the only thing that made sense. I started getting into it just as the ICO craze hit. So of course that caught my attention. But thankfully I didn't invest in any of the ICOs, which is good. And I made sure not to promote any of them as well on the channel. Although I did interview a couple of companies that were going through an ICO. We just didn't talk about the ICO process. So yeah, for Bitcoin, it's been a constant for me. I've stacked a little bit over the years. I don't do a dollar cost average. I probably should. And I think if that's anything that we're learning today, it's like, squirrel away as much as you can, even if it's just little bits, here and there. But yeah, Bitcoin makes a lot of sense to me. The fact that it has it has a cap. And there's no one person in charge, the nodes rule versus the rulers. I think that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the answer.
You're welcome.
Any other question? We finished a bit earlier than I imagined. So I was just thinking maybe we can have Shinobi speak earlier, 15 minutes earlier, and we can have a 15-minute break, or if somebody's gonna ask questions, or I have no idea. It's getting pretty late here, and I can feel I'm getting tired. Usually I go to sleep at this time, but I'm gonna totally stay up until this is totally done. We were supposed to have well, actually, Shinobi is supposed to come at midnight. So, Shinobi, are you there?
Yeah, I can start a little bit early if you need.
Okay, so at 23:45 we can start earlier. Also, there was another person who was supposed to come and do a presentation after Shinobi, but I never received a reply back or a confirmation, sadly. So that's not gonna be happening. So, thank you very much for the great presentation, Alexandra.
No problem.
I really enjoyed it. It was really amazing. I think it was one of the best presentations today.
Thanks.
It was so inspiring, with all the experiences in it, and it really made me think, what is happening around me and what I'm doing, and how, you just have to keep going forward. And that's what it kind of comes down to.
Yeah, that's so important. That forward focus. I mean, it's so easy to get stuck in this isn't working, and to just kind of give up. Especially when it's all around you on all fronts. And you look in the States right now, the sheer, I guess it's around the world really. Just all of that, it can be a lot. And knowing that it's, that you can kind of disconnect yourself from that and think about the things that you want to achieve. I'm lucky in that I had some leadership training when I was younger, and I had a lot of shit happen during that time. And I'm really grateful. I had 2 things happen. I had some leadership training, and I got into fitness training as well at a very early age, and that really kept me kind of afloat. I've had peaks and valleys like everyone else, but there are always things that you can do, and there's always recognize that even if everything's falling apart, or you lose your job, or there's still a lot that you can do. You just have to keep that forward focus and make sure that you're working toward that.
Yeah, like as I usually do, like I plan ahead for 10, 15 years with the flexibility of changing even tomorrow. It's like, it's a really interesting way of thinking. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate your attendance and your contribution. So, round of applause for Alexandra. As much as I can clap at 9. All right. Okay, I'm gonna mute for 50 minutes, and at 23:45 we're going to continue with regular capture by Shinobi. Actually, I gave it the name regular capture. I don't know what Shinobi kind of named it, so maybe I would do it too. I run ahead with the whole thing. So yeah, we'll be back soon. We just gonna have a 15-minute break, bio break. See you guys soon.
All right, let me get to my cool camera. Yeah. All right. So one thing I wanted to do is give a quick shout out. So I'm part of Team Satoshi, and tomorrow there is the Run for Halfin. So what's important about this is apparently the very last. It's the anniversary of the very last day that he was able to run. So a lot of Bitcoiners around the world are doing a run. It doesn't matter how long you go. If you're just like starting out running, or if you're an established marathoner, feel free to join us. And you can look at the hashtag Team Satoshi. And you can also go to teamsatoshi.org for more details. There's also a YouTube channel as well if you look for Team Satoshi with previous challenges. Thanks, Carl.
Go Team Satoshi. Hell yeah. All right, people, we're back. I think we're even a bit more earlier with 2 minutes. Okay, 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna start. Alright, people, Shinobi is having a bit of a technical difficulty right now. We are trying to sort it out before we get started. It might take a bit more longer until we start. And there we go. Here comes our next... Oh, sorry. Here comes the next presentation by Shinobi, titled The Relationship Between Regulatory Vulnerability and Scalability. The Regulation, Vulnerability, and Scalability, sorry. So you can go now.
Well, what's up, everybody? Don't judge this too harshly. I literally threw these slides together this morning and have done 0 trial runs of this. So let's see how this goes. So pretty much what I want to lay out is a relationship between how scalable different parts of Bitcoin are, and how vulnerable or susceptible to regulatory capture that would make each individual layer. And so the first thing that I have laid out here is kind of a dependency of the main aspects of the stack. The markets, miners, the blockchain, and then contracts built on top of that blockchain. And, the dependency should be pretty obvious. Miners can't really function without a market to profit and pay their expenses. The blockchain obviously can't roll forward without the miners. And, what good is a contract if you don't have a blockchain to put it on? So in this way, there's kind of this implicit dependency and ordering, where in order to influence or enact a change on any layer above the base, which would be the markets, you would need influence on all of the layers below that. And the second thing I want to lay out is kind of a spectrum in terms of how flexible, each layer is in terms of scalability. And what I'm going to kind of do here when I go into each individual layer is there is kind of a single core variable for each layer, which is effectively mapped to this more flexible or less flexible spectrum. And there are other properties that tend to correlate in each layer with either side of the spectrum. Just give me 1 second, wet my whistle. All right, so the first to look at is obviously marketplaces, such as exchanges. And the one thing I want to point out here is exactly what these first items on the kind of list on each side are in terms of where they land on the spectrum. A more scalable marketplace is inherently going to be a custodial one, because that custodian, having control of the funds, they can guarantee transactions on that marketplace. And as long as they act honestly, they are not being malicious. That is an absolute guarantee that if two of their customers engage in a trade or an interaction, that they can maintain that and guarantee that it actually happens. And what kind of comes along with that custody aspect is know your customer rules, anti-money laundering rules. And that's kind of an unavoidable thing once you bring custody into the picture. And another thing that correlates with that is, custodial marketplaces generally have more liquidity, because despite the KYC that comes along with that, despite the counterparty risk, if you trust that custodial market operator, there is a higher guarantee that your trades are actually going to go through and nothing is going to go wrong. Now, whereas on the opposite side, when you don't have custody involved, these things are less flexible. They're also generally more expensive, because if you are not involving custody, then you're pretty much requiring eating up block space and doing a series of operations on a blockchain in order to actually create an atomic trade. And now this comes along with no KYC if engineered properly, because there is no actual custodial operator who is required to take that information. But both of these things generally lead to a lot less liquidity on non-custodial platforms. They're generally not as friendly in terms of user experience. They're not as liquid. There's going to be a lot more slippage. There is the expense of doing these things on chain. And this kind of establishes a trend here where all of the liquidity is mostly on these custodial market platforms. And this is kind of the starting point of tagging and tracking people's UTXOs. Like when you buy a Bitcoin from Coinbase, they know exactly who you are. When you go to withdraw that from Coinbase, they know exactly where that's going on the blockchain and can follow everything in public. And it really is a large part of what makes Chainalysis useful in any kind of meaningful way is the fact that so much liquidity in the overall ecosystem is at these custodial marketplaces with KYC. And there's also, some other kind of shenanigans besides just tagging everybody that these types of custodial platforms can engage in. For instance, it was a big concern during the user-activated soft fork and the entire snafu with the New York agreement. It very well could have been done in a way where they effectively did not give market participants the ability to really make their decision in the market. I mean, exchanges very well could have pushed that fork through and then refused to list the other fork, refused to give consumers a marketplace where they could actually, dump the 2x chain into oblivion and show the lack of market support there. And so, when you really start to think about this layer in terms of regulatory capture, I mean, we're already kind of halfway there. Like they are collecting all this personal information. They are correlating this with people's on-chain activity. But it could also go much further. I mean, if something like the New York agreement were to happen again, just like last time, it is absolutely possible that they would not allow that to kind of fight itself out in the market. And so really, this kind of foundational layer is already pretty regulatorily captured. There is a lot of influence and a lot of pressure to really, deal with already. And there really is no alternative aside from either move more into actually spending Bitcoin, using it as a transactional tool itself, or figuring out better ways to scale decentralized exchanges. Like, in what ways can we get more efficient with the use of block space, with the usability? What can be done to really draw liquidity to those platforms? Because if we don't kind of push the tide back to a degree, it's very well possible that for a long time, this level of the stack is just completely lost. And now to kind of move forward and look at miners here. And I hope you notice the trend here that the more flexible in terms of scaling things at these different layers tend to be more centralized. The core variable that I'm laying out here is kind of whether you are mining in a pool or solo mining. And, as a pool miner, you are not involved in the the transaction selection process for a block, just as an equipment operator. You are outsourcing that to the operator of the pool you're mining. And so you're kind of centralizing the aspect of censorship resistance, of that guarantee that as long as you pay a fee, something is going to get into a blockchain. Despite any argument you could make about decentralization of hardware, that process of transaction selection is heavily centralized. And the exact same thing in regards to enforcing consensus. Like, if you are mining with a pool, you are not actually getting anything but block headers. So even the blocks you are mining on, you're not really verifying those blocks against consensus in terms of directly in the mining process. And then on the other side, you have solo mining. Like, they do transaction selection themselves. They do actually enforce consensus on every layer of the mining process that they're involved in. And really, the kind of issue here is already being worked at in terms of solving this, at least partially, with the better hash proposal that Blue Matt came up with, that Slush Pool is implemented and they're refining, which kind of allows you to disentangle that transaction selection process from being a pooled miner. Like you can still mine in a pool and, you know, get all of the benefits of smoothing your reward out and trusting that pool to pay out periodically, but actually participate in the process of selecting what transactions get into a block as a mining machine operator. But the other side of that is the trust in terms of that pool is still where your money is going until that racks up and that eventually gets paid out. And you do have things like P2 pool, which was effectively a decentralized mining pool where miners or individual equipment operators would run their own node, be selecting transactions, but they would also kind of turn the share work, so the attempts at blocks that weren't found, into their own blockchain. And they use this to kind of prove to each other as they're mining that, you know, if I find a block, your share of work that would give you a percentage or an entitlement to a percentage of what is found in a block is in the Coinbase for every share that everybody is showing each other. So they can see, as miners are sending these proofs to each other, that if you find the block and I keep collaborating with you, I can see that my output is in there. And it's really statistically not practical to kind of show somebody a proof like that and then stop. Like it wouldn't really work. But the problem is that eats up a lot of block space when every single block that this decentralized mining pool finds has to pay out individual outputs to every person who contributed to that. And it's very expensive. It creates a lot of dust. So it's not just expensive in terms of block space, it's expensive for these miners when they want to go and spend these funds later. And so that's an aspect of this that really needs to get worked out and get dealt with, because if you're not getting your money, or if somebody has the ability to hold that money over your head and not pay out, it doesn't matter that you are selecting your own transactions. How long are you going to do that if you include a transaction your pool didn't want you to and they refuse to give you your money? I don't think very long at all. And this layer in particular can get really complicated in terms of ways to exacerbate this centralization. Like something I've been harping about for years that I don't think a number of people really appreciate is how toxic merge mining can be to the incentives and this very granular breakdown of it. Because if I'm mining this shitcoin A, B, C, whatever, in addition to Bitcoin, you can say whatever you want. That's more money in my pocket. But the thing is, for every other chain that I'm merge mining, I have to process and validate more data as a miner. And so to really maximize revenue, that's going to tend towards a pool that does all of this just as a cost of business, so that every individual equipment operator doesn't have to bear those costs individually. And so merge mining really is, and personally, I don't think there's really a way that you can stop that from being done practically, aside from your vote in the market. But that could really exacerbate and kind of negate any gains that could really be had in terms of fixing the scaling issues of mining that make pooled mining and the outsourcing of all these aspects of the mining process, even if we really do come up with stellar solutions. Like, this is something just hanging over miners' heads that could undo all of that. And now, obviously, if we look back to the previous layer, the marketplace, if things are centralized enough, miners can refuse to process transactions of undesirable users if you are able to identify their transactions. And now, if things are not very centralized or coordination isn't happening, it's not going to stop things forever. But the worse that centralization gets in order to scale the mining process, the more practical that becomes. And also, miners too can play games in terms of affecting the outcomes of network forks. They can cause chain splits after a soft fork has been adopted. The soft fork is not a magic promise that a chain will never split. It just makes it not happen by default the instant something activates. And really, when it comes down to it, anything operating on chain or off chain cannot get around that collectively must be trusted to operate honestly and properly for anything built on top of a blockchain to work. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. Sorry about that, where I cut off. But, this kind of brings me to the blockchain. And no, the scalability variable has nothing to do with block size. So the real core variable here is the more expressive the script or programming language of a blockchain is, the more scalable it is, whereas the less scalable. And I hope the first kind of application of the spectrum where you don't inherently see a centralizing force or things being more centralized in order to really scale better. And really also, along with, a more expressive scripting system or programming language, things can tend to be less expensive for individual users. The more that you can collaborate or condense things, you are saving money. The more expressive it is because of that, the more open the write access to the blockchain is, or the ability to directly interact with it or transact on it. And also potentially things are much more private. Whereas the less expressive the script is, the more expensive, the more restricted write access is because of the high cost, and very likely less private as well, just due to the sheer lack of expression in script, but also the high cost, which is going to make privacy more expensive in and of itself. And now this layer is really the thing that dictates how scalable all other layers are, both those below it and those above it. And to kind of think about that, the more expressive a script is, the more efficient you can be in doing something like a decentralized exchange. The more expressive the script is, the more practical or scalable things like decentralized mining pools or mining protocols are practical. And ultimately, if you cannot cost effectively write something to the blockchain, transact on it, then you do not have direct benefit or access to censorship resistance. And that's just what it is. That there's, really nothing that can be done about that except try to make the system more expressive. And hopefully, as I said when discussing the whole market layer, I think that's already half captured. Privacy on this layer could, and that is a could, not a guarantee, negate or counteract different degrees of capturing layers below it, the mining layer and the market layer. And this kind of goes into the last layer on top, the contract layer. And if you'll notice, we've kind of flipped back again to the normal way that the spectrum has been playing out. I think that the important variable here is trust and how much trust there is involved in any smart contract or layer built on top of the blockchain. And obviously, the more trust is involved, the more scalable that's going to be likely. That comes along with higher counterparty risk, but it also comes along with lower opportunity cost. And, to take a very extreme example, we could look at a deposit address to Coinbase as a contract, semantically speaking. They're in complete control the minute I send them those funds, but they can process all kinds of transactions and different things in their own private database. But if I want to get that back, it's as simple as click a button. And if I didn't get blacklisted or anything, they send me my coins right back. Whereas if you look at things like the Lightning network, which is trustless in the sense that you are only trusting the miners, which literally everything on this system has to, that comes along with lower counterparty risk. But it's also a higher opportunity cost in time. It's very possible if I need to take my money out and go do something with it, and that other party isn't responsive, it could be a day or more. I mean, it could be a week, depending on who I opened a channel with and what the timeout delays configured were. So there's kind of this inversion here where the more trust is involved, the more risk there is, but also the more convenience. And the inverse with trustless contracts, there can be almost no risk, but it can be very inconvenient and costly in time. And so really the issue here is trustless contracts are always going to be more expensive to attack or cause a fraudulent outcome, because ultimately that's going to require playing games at the mining layer. Whereas, a trusted contract, say, Coinbase or Wrapped BTC or the Liquid Federation, Coinbase, BitGo for Wrapped BTC, single person just decides and my money's gone. And, despite, I think, a superior threat and security model with something like Liquid, it's not completely impossible that a similar thing happens there. I mean, it's much more unlikely because that trust is a lot more distributed, but it's still strictly possible. And I think the core goal here is to really shoot for maximizing the amount of people that can participate in a single trustless smart contract. So a single UTXO and the script and off-chain protocol that entails, to really keep the access to the blockchain, which these contracts all need, as cost effective as possible, because it's the same dynamic as with the chain itself. If it gets really expensive, if trustless smart contracts are very inefficient and not very friendly with lots of participants in a single one, then you do not really have access to censorship resistance. You're going to be pushed into something trusted. And when it comes to any degree of trust in a smart contract, you have to think that whatever that trusted entity or entities has the power to do is the worst case failure model for that. For instance, in Liquid, if enough of the Federation just stops participating, sorry, one second, then they're not really capable of directly taking the money, but they can stop any money from leaving Liquid, which would then trigger the backout clause currently there to allow Blockstream to access the funds in case of a network failure. And now, you're trusting Blockstream. And so that is the worst case that could happen, because that is what the trusted entities involved could do in certain circumstances. And so I just kind of really want to drive home here, the point that despite there being this dependency that moves upwards from the marketplaces to the miners to the blockchain to the contracts on top of the blockchain, it is the blockchain, for the most part, that really dictates the scalability of all these other layers. And so, and there is pretty much going to domino in terms of the stagnation and scalability of all these other layers as well. And now, just to kind of wrap up generally before I make a last concrete point, a systematic attack against Bitcoin has to move up, with the end goal being capture the blockchain and, make sure that people cannot freely write to that, restrict the database access essentially. And it can only work that way. Like, it is logically not possible to say capture the blockchain without to some degree capturing the miners and the marketplaces. Because if the miner is not captured, well, then you can't really exert control over the blockchain. If the marketplace isn't captured, then a miner who doesn't want to go along with that has places that they can go elsewhere to sell their coins and pay their costs. So you really do have to capture in a dependency, one after the other, to get to the one that you really want. And from an attacker or government's point of view here, it's really a binary option. It's go for full system capture or don't. And your only other alternative is to play games like the drug war and go around user to user, individual to individual, and make their life a living hell. And, as we've seen with the war on drugs, it's not really effective. It's mind-bogglingly expensive. And frankly, I think it's delusional that governments would put all of their eggs in that basket. I think it is completely nonsensical to say that we will not see an attempt at full system capture before Bitcoin really gets where it's going to go. That's pie in the sky daydreaming. And so what I want to spell out right now is the issue going on. Some of you might recall this, some of you might not, but there was a proposal that came out of MIT around 2016 called Chain Anchor. And the entire idea of this was to create a second layer on top of the blockchain that would associate KYC data with actual transactions. And from that point, they would effectively bribe or regulate miners to preferentially confirm any transaction that is associated with this KYC data on the second layer. So effectively, if you play by the rules like a good little boy, your transaction will confirm faster. With the end goal eventually being to shift the bribing or regulating scheme to miners not even mining a transaction, refusing to, censoring it, unless it has this KYC data associated. Like, Bitcoin is not invincible. And this is a very real possibility to happen. I would argue it is literally happening right now. And all of these protocols being built out between different exchanges, mostly in the West so far, to comply with the FATF travel rule, they are the first step in doing this. The Chain Anchor proposal, originally, it literally cryptographically tied KYC data to the transaction itself, but there's no reason to require that. You can keep that in a secondary database, not directly committed to in Bitcoin, and miners can look at that database, and they can modify their Bitcoin software to only confirm things in that database. There's no need to directly stitch it to the blockchain. You can do the same thing when it's completely disconnected. And the next move is regulate or bribe the miners. And I mean, really, like, there in this slide, there's a reason that this is underlined. Stop thinking in terms of news cycles. Stop thinking in terms of events that happen all at once in a day. That is not how governments work. That is not how attacks like this will occur. They will come slowly and gradually and try to slip past people's ability to pay attention to things happening on longer time horizons. They're going to try to do what they do in everything they do and play people's high time preference against them. So really, this is, I think, the model everybody should be using to think about these things. They should be considering the dependencies, the relationships between individual layers of Bitcoin, because all of these things scale or centralize or decentralize independently of one another. Like there is absolutely interrelationships here. Like I said, the blockchain itself ultimately informs how far all of these other layers could decentralize in practice. But this is happening. Like even myself, when I first saw the FATF, travel rule, and this was going to start happening, I was not very confident that it would succeed. I thought that this would just kind of go the route of, well, governments are going to bicker and not agree, and it's not going anywhere. But it is. There are multiple protocols being implemented right now to pass this data back and forth between different markets. There is a standards body creating a specification for the data structures to be used to record specific information, so that no matter what protocol you use, the software to interpret that is going to have the exact type of data that they know they have to work with. So if I can even just email you something because you don't use the peer-to-peer protocol that I do, you can take that data and plug it into your compliance software and it'll work. So like this is happening. And I think the worst thing in the world that could be done is just everybody beating their chest, screaming Bitcoin is invincible, and not do anything about this. Not try to actually form plans of attack, because this is happening. The next move is miners. And there's a lot of work to do to scale the mining layer. Better hash needs much more implementation. Things like pay to pool need to be improved so that removing the counterparty risk of your mining revenue can be solved as well, which is the other bottleneck in terms of scaling there. Otherwise, in the next couple of years, we're going to hear some knocks, on doors start circulating, and they're going to start playing the games that they are with exchanges right now with mining operations. And that is the end of my talk.
Wow, okay. What do you think what we can do about miners? Is there any other solution for fixing this problem?
Chris Belcher, want to say a year or 2 years ago, put out a proposal of tying pay to pool into the Lightning Network to deal with the issue of so many outputs in a Coinbase, and pretty much trying to handle the guarantee of payment atomically through payment channels, so that you can get rid of the scalability issues in the Coinbase, dust outputs, and all of those problems. I think that is an idea that urgently needs to be revisited and actually fleshed out.
This is quite damning right now, though. Like, I'm not even sure how to approach this problem. But anyway, is there any question from the audience?
I have a question.
Sure.
So on merge mining, for companies that find that to be really profitable and use that as a selling point for their services, what other methods can they use to be as profitable without going into shitcoining specifically?
Well, I mean, that's kind of why I said I don't really see anything to be done about that. It's just a simple fact of the matter that you do that, you're going to make more money, and anybody who is profit motivated is going to do that. And it's something I don't think, like on issues like this, I don't think it's helpful to just moralize and re at people. It's just acknowledge that this is an incentive system and people are going to do what maximizes the benefit to them in this incentive system. And if this can't succeed in that context, then this was always just going to fail.
I have a question. If it is a incentive based system, and you would basically crash the Bitcoin price dramatically if you would implement a method like that, so some miners would have a high incentive to not play by the rules you were like painting, because otherwise they would add to the Bitcoin price collapse. So there will always be the one miner that is not going to play by the rule.
But will the price collapse? I mean, look at how centralized mining pools are now. I mean, there are a number of things that I see as glaring alarm signs, but I don't see the price crashing extra hard because of it. You know, this is kind of the reason I wanted to structure this talk and give it the way I did. I think it's absolutely possible that Bitcoin gets regulatorily captured at every level and people still value it. It still maintains market demand and use. And I think it's really silly to think that's not possible, given the reality that most people outside of this space, most people who aren't politically or ideologically motivated, they don't give a shit. They just want to be able to, earn money, spend money, and go on with their lives. They don't care.
But for instance, let's say, okay, the first government starts to hold a share of their currency or backing up their currency with bitcoins, whether they pronounce it publicly or not. They would be having they would have a huge interest in the Bitcoin price to stay stable. And obviously, if you can only use Bitcoin after KYCing yourself to any sort of governmental agency, presumably from the United States, this would have a negative impact on the price and thus on the value of their holdings, of the other countries' holding. I would assume that they would have an incentive to run a mining scheme where they would confirm also non-KYC transactions from country A, for instance.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely possible. But really, the entire world is financially colonized by the US. Like, we dictate what goes on in most of the financial system.
It's interesting, at least, yeah.
Lucas Moltem is asking, can CoinJoin help or miners pay out through Lightning?
I don't see how CoinJoin really helps in a situation where Bitcoin is this captured, because they'll just refuse to mine it. And as far as the Lightning payouts for mining, I'm talking actual trustless use of the Lightning network so that miners can pretty much pay a single output into a Coinbase instead of having a shit ton of outputs for every miner, and then kind of send that out to everybody over the Lightning so that it's cheaper with block space. Like a centralized mining pool that just happens to pay out on the Lightning network would do absolutely nothing to help these problems.
Any other questions?
Actually, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but I'm just thinking that is our only solution to have like an entirely parallel economy based on the Bitcoin ecosystem? Because for the people that purchase Bitcoin and hodl and essentially choose to spend Bitcoin with Bitcoin merchants, I mean, is that really our only solution?
I wouldn't say it's the only solution, but it would be the most airtight. like I think the core of how to deal with these issues is that what Bitcoin script is capable of doing needs to be more expressive so that all of these layers can actually scale in decentralized ways rather than having to centralize to really handle operating at scale. And that needs to be done without going so far that you kind of destabilize things. You know, like an example of going so far or too far. There was a proposal, I think, last month on the mailing list, like the second time in a year, for this idiotic opcode that would save like 30 to 40% of your transaction size by just pointing to a Merkle tree index in a past block and then an output in a transaction as just like that key, so that you don't actually have to put the public key in the transaction output. But one, that only works if you reuse addresses. So that breaks privacy, which breaks the ability to deal with half of these issues. And it also it allows funny games like, well, if that's a really recent block and it's a lot of money, maybe I as a miner can go reorg the chain and put my output in my transaction in that index and then reconfirm your transaction using that. And now I own your money. So like there are ways that you can go too far in terms of blockchain expressiveness and kind of wrap around and undermine yourself here.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I think I have to like follow up a little bit on the first one because this is really a sinister scenario. And so let's assume the United States are using some like embargo against other countries, for instance, Iran. They're doing that all the time, sanctioning other countries. Would Iran, for just for the argument's sake, would the Iran then not have an extremely high incentive to run their own mining corporation or run their own mining business to circumvent sanctions and to just trade, for instance, with Russia using bitcoins? I mean, Iran would not like to use the Russian currency. Russians would most likely not want to use the Iranian rial. So both of those countries, just for circumventing United States sanctions, would have an incredibly high incentive to keep this non-KYC mining corporations up and running, and they would have it would be super simple for them. They would only have to basically run one miner that confirms only those non-KYC transactions that were rejected by the United States controlled miners.
Well, there's two issues with that. One specifically, they have to run a lot more than just one miner. If you are running a super small percentage of the network, I can orphan you all day every time you find a block, because it's very rarely going to incur extra costs to me. And then this is something I've been really worried about regarding nation states getting involved in mining, period. If it happens in that kind of situation where, say, one country is trying to close access to the blockchain to another, and that other country is trying to maintain that access, that could turn into a war of attrition. And if those nation states are willing to push that far enough and have the money to do so, they could really create absurd incentive distortions. For instance, make it completely unprofitable for non-malicious miners to even operate by just adding more and more and more hash rate well past the point of profitability.
I see.
Basically a hash war.
Except the guy fighting it has a money printer.
But one has to give them that.
But wouldn't
the
that
money will
result
devalue.
in hyperinflation that way then?
Yeah, exactly.
So they cannot.
Yeah,
they
I mean,
have
you know,
to-
kind of.
they have to own Bitcoin for
I
that in
was
order
gonna
to
say,
operate
like,
it.
well, no, they don't. They just need to have the mining hardware, which you can get with fiat. Yeah, hell, it's just the NSA has its own chip fabs. They can just make their own mining hardware if
Yeah, I
they
guess.
really decide we have to do this.
Well, okay. I think it's better we call it a day. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really enjoyed it, and I'm pretty sure everybody else enjoyed it also.
Thanks for inviting me on, man. It was fun.
Yeah, we're gonna see when we're gonna be holding the next one. Probably next year or even more closer. We don't know yet, but we'll see. But yes, thanks for coming. I thank everybody, even every watcher, people who's on YouTube who are watching us. And I will be doing the basically the selection tomorrow for the sweepstakes. So if you haven't already replied to my tweet on Twitter for the cold card sweepstakes, you should reply. And tomorrow morning I will be choosing the fourth person who will be winning 2 cold cards and 2 cold plates. And tomorrow, again at 7 p.m. GMT +1, we will be starting the day 2 workshops, which will be held on Bitcoin Enemies Mumble channel. And we will be running discussions all day long, even before that. So everybody's welcome to come and participate. We will be in the Dragon's Hold channel, which is my channel basically. So yeah, I thank everybody who participated. The presentations were really phenomenal, and it was a really, really great day.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
So thank you very much for coming. All right. I'm not sure how to end the stream, but yeah, we need to end it because I need to go to sleep. I'm falling really.